11. Hemp. Morning, Melody.
Morning.
Morning, Cheryl.
Powder.
Jordan Ross. Here. Russell Eaglebear. Lisa Whitepipe. Steve Brave.
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife. Vanessa Redhawk Thompson.
Here.
Michael Lunderman. Fremont Fallis. Tanil Blackfeather. Bill Marshall. Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw.
Who?
Eileen Shaw.
Online.
Here. Martha Blue Thunder. Sherry Wright Plank. Norman Running Sr. Pamela J. Kilsenwater. Raymond Crow Eagle. Dara Iat. Donna Hollowhorn Bear.
Here.
Dwight Spottertail.
Oh. We have a quorum. We have 14 present. Fremont, were you invitation this morning?
Kasela wasafika. Ati atopa we atekelea peteki. Ushawa kain atsambiche kumwa. Lea peteki wana umenichi uke aftekele kasela. Ya wo khete mu wako ahechi kasela. Na daya mushtom chimpa lot kasela. Nohu ake wo keta. Takuku imu wako pena. Aketa ko choyeta ayas kabino ahechi kasela. Na daya mushtom chimpa lot kasela. Aquele aperto que quando viu aquele aperto que cachorro o que na o choza ni baste uniche la pelo le aperto que o chuva o meta que as
Hey ha ya hey, hey ha ya hey, hey ya, hey ha ya hey ya, hey yo he hello, hey 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 ha ya hey ya. Hey ha ya hey hey ya hey ha ya hey yo hey ha ya he hello hey hey hoy ho ka shela ya pe hawa pa ha ke na oh hey ha ke shi le na shi hello hey 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 yo la te wa o ya te ki ha ya we chi cha vi ka cha le cha mu e lo yo ai e o ahu.
We have a few that request to be excused. Lisa requests to be excused. Bill and anybody else that needs to be excused today, John?
After lunch for 1 hour.
Donna, after lunch and then dinner at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay.
Very late.
Okay, need a motion for the excuses? Donna, second by Wayne, question by Fremont. All in favor, approving
One.
excuses?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen, approving excuses?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes. Chair, I also need to be excused at 3. I have an appointment.
Okay. Steve, 3 o'clock.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, yesterday we left off at Indian Health Services, so we request that Melody be here this morning right away, so she showed up. Are you ready, Melody? Pam?
Good morning, council administration. Yesterday, we actually left off with the treasurer. We're supposed to do
Oh,
his
that's right,
report, but
we did.
we can go ahead and hear from Melody first and then go into the treasurer's report.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Treasurer?
That's just fine, President.
All right, Melody?
Good morning. Morning. Thank you for having me. So good morning. While he's distributing copies of my monthly report, you know, it's a standard report with all the financial updates. We are still working through PRC, Purchase Referred Care, formerly known as Contract Health. We are approving, of course, all priority level 1s. And the 2s through the 5s, we are considering on a case-by-case basis as funds are available. So we're doing actually pretty good. Financially, you know, we're where we need to be with our third-party collections. We're actually above all of our goals. As you come to the hospital, you'll start noticing that there's improvements throughout the hospital. We've got some new furniture and things, ergonomic equipment for staff primarily. Soon in the outpatient area, we will be purchasing new furniture for the patients. We want to make sure that we can also accommodate our bariatric patients. We've done a lot of work on our patient-centered medical home, and just trying to make sure that all of our patients are assigned to one provider. We know that a lot of our patients have a preference to see the Boston doctors, and we certainly keep that open. We are very pleased. We have filled our deputy clinical director position with Dr. Kimberly Montello. She officially started, although she's been acting in that role since October, she officially started with us on Monday. Probably the most exciting thing that we have going on right now is we've got our career fair and our health fair on April 28th. You've got a flyer, just an informational flyer. We're going to be set up at the Todd County Middle School from 9 a.m. to about 4 p.m. We've got great participation coming in from for the Tribal Health Board. They will be there. We know that our nursing recruiter is going to be there. We've had a great response from the school system. We're hoping to have the high school kids from Todd County Middle School, as well as the kids coming over from St. Francis. We have really good participation this time from the state. We've got some state programs that are going to be there. We also have, as I mentioned, a lot of our tribal partners are going to be there. We've also have some of our neighboring hospitals are going to be there as well. Winter and Cherry's going to be there. Cherry County Hospital is going to be there. We're pretty excited. So far, I've already reserved about 44 tables. You know, again, the report is standard. You know, on the back page of the report, you'll notice that we did have some Commission Corps officers that came in to help us upstairs in the vaccination clinic. They were a great, they're always a great group, but this group was really we had a lot of interaction with them. They provided over 2,000 vaccines for the month of March, so we were pleased to have that help on board. Do you have any questions for me?
Questions for Melody? Martha?
Just one quick question. Are you going to be having the booster 2 available soon, or is it available already?
Yes, the booster and the booster of the booster are available, yes. And we'll be rolling out guidance for the pediatric boosters as well.
Okay, thank you.
So what's the criteria for meeting the booster? The second booster,
You know, it's as similar as the
just the same as
Yes.
it was before?
yes,
Okay.
and we'll have the Moderna and Pfizer. It just went Zoom. Pfizer, thank you. Yes, both are available. Yes.
Any other questions? Wayne? And then Fremont.
Are we making any headway or do we have a women's clinic yet?
We do have a women's clinic.
Full?
Yes, so we have been.
What about just no deliveries still? Just no deliveries yet? Baby delivery?
Correct. So with Women's Health Clinic, you know, it is staffed down. We offer women's health on an outpatient basis. We have decided with the renovation of the women's clinic, what we're going to do, if you haven't heard this already, is we're going to remodel the second floor and move women's health all up there together. So, you know, the plans are announced in the planning stage. They are in the process of doing the designs. We hope to have construction start sometime next week, or next year, I'm sorry. I wish it was next week. But yes, we're really excited about that. With that, we anticipate that we'll be able to bring on an OBGYN physician and providers. The first phase of that process that we're working on right now is to be able to keep the babies that are born in the emergency room, and that happens more often than not. Instead of shipping the mother and the baby out to keep them upstairs with us. So we're in the initial phase of that right now. We're planning.
What about surgery? Are we moving towards any same day surgery or?
That will come following the OBGYN reopen.
Okay.
Fremont.
Yeah. Is there any time that in the future you could contact the VA so we could do our VA clinics with our IHS? Right now, I have to go clear the winter just to get a referral to go to a VA hospital.
Right.
So is there any way that you could get
Yeah.
along with VA so we could come to you people for our clinical visits rather than going clear to Winter?
Yes, and absolutely, we encourage all veterans to come to Indian Health Service for their primary care needs now. Anything that's outpatient that we can offer at Indian Health Service, of course,
But
to get the,
can they make referrals to the VA hospital for us? See,
It's-
that's the problem there.
that has been a hiccup. I agree with you for years. I know that I've got a meeting on Monday at 10 o'clock with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe veterans. They wanted to come talk to me about a mobile clinic and what options those, we have with those. So right now, we're just in the discussion phase, but
We're enrolled members first and we're veterans second,
Right.
So
right.
either way, we should be seen, but I don't know.
It's, that's, I've been working with the Indian Health Service, IHS, MOU, for a while now, and I've always voiced, I'm a veteran as well, that yes, that is a hiccup in the system, that the VA doesn't accept our referrals, that they have to go be seen by a VA provider, so.
Here we have Vanessa, then Russell. Then
Good
Sharon.
morning, colleagues and council. I have a question about when you do referrals to other facilities and when they return, they have to go back for a checkup. Do they have to go back to IHS or do they go back to the clinic where they need a follow-up?
There's actually a time frame that referral is good for. I'm going to say 90 days off the top of my head, but it might be longer, it might be a little bit shorter. But as long as that we see that a referral has been done in the past and we approved it in the past, we'll move forward with that next phase. There's a continuity of care issue, so we want to make sure that patient receives that continuity of care.
Russell? Sharon, then Donna.
Good morning. Going back to the veterans, you need to make it really clear that they can utilize our Indian Health Service anytime. One of the things that I learned from attending some of the veteran meetings was the VA, you must have a MOU with them, and they pulled that from Indian Health Service. They also pulled that from Mission. So now our veterans are basically forced to go to Winter. And it all boils down to even the simple things of blood work. You guys won't do that here, and they don't do it in Mission, so that's why the veterans have to go all the way to Winter to do blood work. And that gets transferred back to, VA. And we need to make this system a little simpler for them. And I know the veterans are in a movement to do their own community clinic, mobile clinic. And I hope that you can support that from Indian Health Service. I don't know how much pull you got, but certainly, they need you at the table. We've been having some meetings, and I think they did ask for your presence at one of the meetings that I attended. And I think we need to make it easier for them. So that's my recommendation to you. Now, we have also had some complaints about how you treat our veteran employees over there at work. And I'm hoping that my colleagues here kind of start asking questions. I passed out a letter yesterday that was given to me. And so we need to address that. And then we have an issue, or I do anyway, it was given to me too. but, one of your staff people. And I don't know, Chairman, if you want to go off there and talk about personnel or whatever.
There was a couple issues with an employee, Melody, that we've been getting flooded emails from different people on complaints on a certain employee that you have up there, and they kind of wanted to address that with you today, just to make you aware of it. Maybe you are aware of it, but I think we need to let the council at least address their complaints with you.
Certainly, so President, just, and council, just so that you know that I can certainly listen to what the complaints are and take that information back. But employees have a process in place that they need to use, and I won't be able to discuss any employee issues here. But they have a process that they can use. They need to use their chain of command if they have any issues.
Well, I think it's a matter of a person that's up there that they provide a service to the people up there. And if they're coming in doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, and it is a concern of the tribal council to address that on behalf of their tribal membership. So.
Absolutely. And again, but respectfully, for any personnel matters, I will not be able to discuss them. I will take the information back and then use the process that we have available through the government.
You guys want to discuss that now, or we'll go off the air? Okay. Justin, can you go off the air, please?
what I spoke to you earlier about, I'm still really upset about that. I will follow the chain of command to go through on that. I just need to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me for not standing. How many, we have about 11 doctors and 3 PAs, right? How many patients do they see a day?
The goal is 14.
14 per?
Yes. The average is about 11.
Okay. So when, I think that people need to know, and others need to know, and Sherry touched on this, when someone is referred out other than immediate life or death, you will get billed because IHS is a payee of last resort. Is that correct?
It's sort of correct. So what happens is, the priority level ones are life or limb, and we pay all of those. We take what we have for an annual budget, we divide that by 52, and we divide that by 5 days in a week, and that gives us a daily spending amount. So we have a PRC meeting that meets on a daily basis. Of course, we approve all the priority ones, and then anything left over will go towards the priority 2s, 3s, and 4s, and 5s if we haven't. There have been days where all the priority 1s through 4s, we're able to pay them all out. What hurts us the most for the PRC dollars are those individuals that are uninsured and the flights out. So we try to monitor that as closely as possible. But the goal is to try to approve as many as we can. If we have any funds left over at the end of the week, then we go back through to anything that we have deferred and we pay those.
But that is one of their phrases that IHS uses, that they are the payee of last resort.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, out of those specialty services are like if someone breaks a leg, or if they need to be referred for tests, maybe it's blood or something like that, or CT scans or different specialty cares. How much do we spend a year on that?
So I can bring a breakdown of what we spend for each. The actual, any fracture is considered a priority 1, so they will all be paid for, all the fractures.
Well, that's one of these complaints also, is that someone was referred out for care for a broken ankle, and then here they're being billed for it, and they want them to go to Medicaid, Medicare, get denied so that IHS could possibly pick it up. Then they were denied from IHS, and then now they're having to foot the bill for their broken ankle.
And I encourage that, but that shouldn't be. That was incorrect.
But that's a lot of obstacles that most have to go through.
There shouldn't have been none in that instance, because a fracture is considered a priority 1, and we just take care of that.
Well, IHS just currently, and I bring this up every time I think you've come down here, IHS has actually hurt my own credit because of the fact that my son had a break on his foot, just like this individual that filed a complaint here. Referred out for care, wanted me to get denial from Medicaid, Medicare, got that, and I still didn't get that paid for, so I still had to foot the bill to pay for my son's care. This only happened in 2019. Pre-pandemic. So it happens daily, and people's credit get damaged because literally they get sent to billing and collections, because you can go back and forth filing to the local IHS, send it to the IHS in Aberdeen, and then get denied one way or another, and then all of a sudden in that time frame it could be a year. So your credit can get damaged. You recognize that, right? But I would like the breakdown, because if we have how much we spend for these specialty care people because we don't have them in our facility. We send a lot of things out to them to get looked at. I guess, what does it take, a couple days for like a CT scan to get read, or We send them out for a broken bone and then all of a sudden it comes back. Why don't we have those people in our hospital if we were a full-fledged hospital?
So we do have a CT scanner.
We have a scan.
Yeah.
But you still have to send it out to get read by a specialist.
But that's something in-house. A patient will not get billed for that.
No, but do we pay for a specialty care person to read that outside the facility?
That does not come out of PRC funds.
Is there contracts with them people?
Yes, yes.
That's what I'm getting at is, so all those extra contracts, why are IHS needs to move towards having them in-house at all times if we're a full-fledged hospital.
So I agree. In the case of the CT scan, that's
That's only one example.
Okay, yeah. But let's just say something else. Let's say somebody needs an MRI. We look at MRIs a lot. We send out a lot of patients for MRIs. And we want to get our own MRI mobile clinic here. We ran into an issue with electrical capacity at the facility. So even if we were able to get an MRI mobile clinic to come here once a week, so our patients don't have to travel, we don't have the electricity to support it. But all of those specialty clinics are being reviewed. So some of the specialty clinics, like cardiology, we can do some of those things can be done telehealth, and they're done in-house. We've got at least a 40% no-show rate for patients that don't show up for their telehealth, or even and the no-show rate is very high for just regular appointments as well. But going back to the specialty clinic, we are in conversations with Sanford to start bringing some of those specialty clinics to us, starting out with cardiology. So we got the list of the specialty clinics that we're using. We're trying to set up agreements to have someone come in so that our patients don't have to travel and be charged.
Right. That's exactly what we need to have them start coming in. But what I'm looking at is a budget for how much do we pay them on these contracts versus having someone actually at the facility? And does it pan out, or is it just something that we can do easier is just to contract out?
It's very complex, and I would welcome you and anyone to sit down with our team as we're having those discussions about bringing on a specialist. Even when we're looking at bringing on the OBGYN doctors, it's very complex because they're going to have to get their to maintain their certification to even have one come here, and they're very, very, very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you have to balance it.
Yes.
What I'm saying.
Yes, absolutely.
Whether you contract it or have someone on hand.
Correct.
We've never had a budget ever posed to us for any of these things. Thank you.
Any more comments? Jordan?
So I just had a question about the spiritual room. I know that it's being repaired. I don't know if you're gonna offer a different type of room for that. Remember, it was used for like a grieving room. So I got a lot of complaints from elders about it, that they still want that service there. So is there any way that we can still get that somewhere?
So, and I'm sorry that I didn't provide a picture of it, but the spiritual room has been completely renovated, and it's available for use now.
Okay.
And it has been for, I think we got that done 2 months ago. We're in the process of purchasing new furniture, so absolutely,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
available.
They just thought that it was going to be closed and they weren't going to offer it anymore.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey. It's been almost 2 hours, Melody. Are you good? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Well, I'll entertain a motion to approve the IHS's report. Share, second by Micah. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
6. Steve?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 5.
Not voting?
Not voting. 1,
report. Oh, no, no.
2, 3, 4.
What's the count? 9, 9, 4,
8.
864.
864.
8, 6.
Motion carried. Hey, Melody. Yeah?
Chairman, I would like to ask Melody to come back with, on next month's monthly report. I'd like her to give us a report on how far she's went with what our discussion was. What was the process, how things turned out, if things are going further, of just every update of our conversation in private.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Online, customer.
Yeah, let's take 10.
Okay.
Pat needs a chew.
10-minute recess, council.
treasurer's report. Lower, lower, lower. Oh, great, right. Oh, lower.
I was doing.
Sorry,
Sitting here.
first one.
I like it when it's my turn to call.
Oh, no, that's,
Council, good afternoon. Council and administration. To start, I guess I would like to say it's very warm in here. Did you? Are we on air?
Yep.
Okay.
no,
We are not or we are? It doesn't matter if we are. So I have a few items here, council. If you look at bullet point number 7 on the cover page, the health insurance resolution, I'm going to take that back to the committee, so it won't be part of my formal report today. There are a few figures that I need to go over. I'm waiting on some reports from the HR department to determine the dollar amount that the general fund will have to cover for the employees. But I have emailed all of you the self-funded insurance plan that I am recommending that we go with, and that is in each of your emails. I sent that out today. So that will go back to committee, and then I'll be presenting it again in probably next month in my report. The first thing on my report is the Hemp Commission budget proposal. So their budget was not properly put into Martis during the budgeting period. The Hemp Commission is fairly new, so they do have this additional request. It did not go to Budget and Finance, but they are requesting some additional funds. So their budget is attached, and I brought it to the floor for discussion. I don't know their activities. I'm sure we could probably ask Sioux if you guys want some specifics regarding this request from them. But this has come to my attention from the Hemp Committee itself. So I brought it here for discussion, and like I said, it did not go to Budget and Finance. So if you would like to send it back there for discussion, we can. Donna.
Donna and then Russell.
Sorry, how much people sit on that?
Secretary. I would like to assume 5. They're not on the commission form located in the secretary's office, which has the names of all of the individuals who hold seats on each committee or board. Russell, did you have a?
yeah, it's not, it doesn't have anything to do with the Hemp Commission, but their budget, but $100 per meeting.
Uh-huh.
And we are experiencing the other committee,
Right.
and so I think an overall budget should be developed to make sure that that our large positions are being paid in a timely manner.
Definitely, Russell. If you look at I do have that information. I thought it was part of this, but let me.
We have, Sue, there was a question about how many people were on how many members were on the Hemp Commission?
Morning, Council, Administration. On the Hemp Commission, we have myself, Ken White, you guys just placed him on when you had committee meeting a while back for committee placements. Alex Fredericks has been on there for this their second year. So is mine, Iron Shell.
Sunrose Iron Shell and, see that four of them?
Cheech and Chong?
Yeah. The fifth one, she was the fifth. Right. Oh, Brian Dillon. So Brian Dillon. Last year, we had our budget approved at 13,000. This year we turned in our 15,000. We went through budget, finance, all of it, and all that. When we turned in our budget, for some reason, it wasn't included in the budgets that were approved for this year. So we're asking that it get approved. It says 2021 on here, but that's when we turned it in for 2022.
So we have a Hemp commission member that doesn't live on our reservation lands.
Yep. It's a tribal member, but doesn't live on reservation land.
So does that open it up for all committees? If they live off reservation, they can be seated on our committees?
Sunrose, Alex, myself, Brian, and Rod Bordeaux were appointed when I first started over a year ago. Rod stepped down. That's when we got Ken White in just a little while ago, months ago. And that's what it's been. Recto did the original paperwork with the guys.
I would just assume that we would have someone who lived on our homelands.
Wayne, did you have a question?
Yes.
So I see on the budget, it doesn't have anything for travel. And I know they work on the basis of their bylaws, but nonetheless, they should, Shushu, you guys should add like something for travel. Treasurer apparently stepped out because no matter what, all these things change constantly and you got to get some sort of education, you know, and keep up with the regulations that are coming down. So, but I'd move to send this to Budget and Finance and then let them hash out what all the particulars are, where we can find money for them.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send the Hemp Commission budget back to Budget and Finance. Second by Micah, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Steve?
What else do you have, Mr. Treasurer?
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. I'm not sure where you went to.
One question. Does that mean that every year, turning the budget, you have to go to Budget and Finance first, or consider it a commission of the tribe?
All budgets go.
All budgets.
Go to the budget.
Whether you're a commissioner or not.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
What was the number?
Yeah.
14. 0, 2.
We should probably advertise for one of the Hemp Commission too, since that member lives off the res. I don't think that's fair to our on-tribal members. Then it opens it up to the whole United States, Rosebud Sioux tribe members being on our commissions.
Maybe that's another question we take back to personnel, yeah. Governmental affairs, yeah.
Did we do that on one of our other committees?
We did that with one that was living in Rapid City, and we let him be on one of the committees, and he made it to every committee, but again, you know, should we be allowing it? I guess that's the question, so.
But governmental affairs haven't changed.
Yeah,
bylaws for all.
yeah. I don't know where that treasurer went to. He went to get something, so, we can move on. You want to move on to communities, or do you guys want to take a lunch break?
Lunch break.
Want to take a lunch break? Okay. Let's break till 1 then.
1
Okay.
o'clock, Council.
Yeah.
What did I say?
I know. I know.
Any further questions regarding travel and training concerns? Also, in the accounting manual, the treasurer is listed as the final approver. That is the ordinance. And it does say that a council motion does not guarantee a check to be printed. So I know that there were some comments made regarding some travel that I have made, but I am the treasurer and I am the final approver as stated in the ordinance, and I took an oath of office, so I will uphold that. Moving on. So I brought this health insurance resolution, council. We have had RST benefit has been quite persistent regarding trying to get on the agenda for budget and finance. And Kelly Insurance has came before in the past. This is my fourth council that I have sat with, but I believe RST has came twice and Kelly Insurance has came once. I'm recommending Kelly, but I'm going to take this back to the committee for review because we still need to find out what the general fund will pay for employee insurance before we can approve this resolution. I am estimating maybe 100,000 to 200,000 a month. Multiply that by 12. Depending on if they go with the coverage of 637, I think that was the top tier. It is Blue Cross Blue Shield. But definitely 638 and IHS contracts can pay for the health insurance for those employees. There is one program that has Blue Cross Blue Shield health insurance, and that is Water Resources. They have their own plan. Their federal funding agency pays for it, but there will be other programs that will not be able to pay for it. General fund, some grant employees, obviously contract employees and part-time employees will not be included in the plan. Temporary employees will not be eligible to enroll into this, but council and all other full-time employees will be eligible to elect into the insurance plan. So the next time that I bring this back, I would like Kelly and RST Insurance to come, and with the budgeting request memorandum sent out to all programs, I think that now is an appropriate time for this body to make a decision regarding the health insurance. It will be a substantial amount to start it, but it's a self-funded insurance plan. So I would expect 1 to 3 years before the plan is actually paying for itself, and the tribe does not have to contribute any additional funds to the plan and even receive a dividend. The reason I recommend Kelly Insurance is because we pay into their tribal workmen's comp. We're the major contributor to the tribal workmen's comp program that our employees pay into. Jim White sits on that board, and they do pay a dividend. I believe we received $92,000 last fiscal year from the tribal workmen's compensation. So if you think of that being a self-funded plan, the health insurance will also get to that point, and we will receive dividends from the health insurance plan itself. So just some stuff to think about. The targeted funding source would be the ARPA fund. I got a recommendation, clarification from Joseph Eve, who is the consultant for the ARPA and the CARES funds, but it is an allowable cost to pay for health insurance for the tribe's employees. But again, I'll bring this resolution back with figures and more information for you guys. Correct, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a $1 million line of credit at Wells Fargo Bank, and so we have to hand our audits in annually to be in good standing with the bank, and it's based on our master loan agreement with Wells Fargo. This interest rate is lower than the $500,000 line of credit that we have down to Bank of the West, but the line of credit matures like a loan does. So we need to renew the term for the line of credit and amend this borrowing resolution to reflect the maturity dates for the next year. So reconsider and amend this resolution. There's not a number on here, Nicole.
Committee, Steve? It's been through committee,
The first time it has, yes.
but it's not a number, right?
It does, yeah. So this is, this line of credit is active. The only thing that we have charged to this was the 2 Eagle home. That's it, yep. So the outstanding balance on that is a few payments less, the 140,000, I think is what we paid for that double wide. But there is a balance sitting on it. If we do not renew these maturity dates, that balance will be due immediately. And as defined in the credit agreement, they have the right to target any available account that has the cash balance to pay that. So I'm recommending that we keep the Wells Fargo line of credit. I would like to see the balance transferred over from Bank of the West onto Wells because the interest rate's lower, but that will take council.
What kind of motion do you need, Steve?
I need a motion to renew the term of the line of credit until March of 2023.
Okay, is there a mover? Dara?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Second, Vernon? Is there any discussion on it?
Any questions?
Any question? Before we? Okay, Jordan, question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Eileen?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
14. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 3. Okay.
Thank you, council. The final item in my report is, I'm sorry, the 9th item, the treaty budget. So we have the director of the, Phil is here to speak to any specific questions that any of you may have regarding this, but the budget was not, placed into the system for what they had requested, which was 298,000. I did attach the budget. 115 is what they have received. So you can see some of the available balances are in the red. I am requesting that this come from the loss of revenue also. And the amount that I am going to recommend to get them through the rest of the year is $80,000.
Okay, also, I seen on that too, that it says Council Lady Thompson's name as admin assistant. I don't think that should be put there, as she's a councilwoman.
Duke Dell.
It's on Phil's, it's on that page that Phil did. Executive Director and Vanessa Thompson, admin assistant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that-
Vanessa, are you moonlighting?
I know, right? I know. What page is that? What?
Yeah. Phil, is there anything you'd like to add or any questions for Mr. Twigo here?
That monthly report is like a template that I pulled from my computer and I forgot to change something. So my budget was very small. I visited with a few of the directors and no one received any notice from finance or anybody that the general budget was approved back in January. So I was waiting for word. I was waiting for approval to see, I mean, usually, finance sends that out every year. So I didn't know, but at the same time, I didn't have any extraordinary, expenses. No, I didn't go on a spending spree or anything like that. It's just that, the airplane ran out of gas in midair. That's it. So, but we do have a lot of, important work that we're gonna be doing, so it'll be good for, us to, be able to, reach the end of the fiscal year without any problems. As you may know, the Treaty Council, meets with the Ocheti Shakoi tribes, the treaty councils. They often call us to different locations to address treaty, depredations. One of those could be, right, I just had a Zoom conference on, uranium mining. Basically what happens is because of the Ukraine, war, somehow, the senator from Wyoming and another senator submitted a bill that would, buy uranium from companies in the United States. You know what that means, right? Fremont's been part of the Treaty Council for a long time. They're going to look for uranium in the Black Hills. So we got to get ready for that. We had a meeting on that. They're going to try to, there's already 2 companies in the Black Hills, doing uranium mining. And the federal government's going to buy these uranium. So that's just one issue. We still have oil and gas. We still have pipelines, gold mining. And we there's a lot of depredations going on. So hopefully, we'll be able to address those in the best way that we can. Sometimes we need to travel. My treaty council members, I give them a monthly stipend. We meet twice a month. As long as we can make it all the way through, we'll be all right. So, the amount that, is being recommended by the, treasurer, I appreciate that. And, we can go with that for now. But, I have some ideas to generate revenues too for the treaty council. There's a problem across Ocheti Shakoi is that all the other tribes don't have a treaty office like we do. So we're often relied on as the source of, all these alerts. If I get the information, I send it out to all the tribes. Cheyenne River doesn't have a treaty council, but they have a small group that works on treaties. Standing Rock doesn't have a treaty council, but they have elders there that are willing to help. So that's how we've been operating. I'm communicating with all of them, and sometimes they want me to come to Cheyenne River or Standing Rock to give a presentation on treaties. They don't have anybody to do that for them. So the Sichangu, I'm very proud of my people for allowing us to have a treaty office to stand up for our treaty rights. There's going to be a big process here for the Missouri River, the flooding of Sichangu land. There's a lot of issues there that we still need to research. Something to think about is we still own land under the Missouri River, I guess. So, and the WAPA, the hydropower has been generating electricity. They went online for a long time ago, and they've been generating revenues on our land. So we have to go after this. We have to, it's called the Equitable Compensation Act. The other tribes, they settled for whatever amount they got. The JTAC monies, Cheyenne River, and the Hunkpapa, they got what they got. The Sichangu, our forefathers, our grandfathers, they withdrew theirs earlier because that didn't sound right. And I understand they made a good move then. But now, is a good time to go after our compensation. And we're going to include, we got to talk about reparations. They destroyed our economy, they destroyed our language, our culture, our sacred sites, our hunting, our fishing, everything. So it's going to take some time. We're working with Tribal Land Enterprise. Rodney's a consultant on that, and we just hired a expert on data sovereignty. So we're going to get going on that, and we have a lot of work. We still need to address the water permits that were issued within Todd County by the state of South Dakota. We need to take that into action. Possibly a federal court. We'll be in federal court with the state of South Dakota over that. State of South Dakota issues mining permits in the Black Hills. These are lots and lots of issues. So I appreciate the recommendation and your approval in supporting the Treaty Council. Hilama Apula.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, there was a recommendation to increase Phil's budget by 80,000. Was that 8,000? Was there a motion made?
No.
Motion by Jordan.
It's to be paid out of loss of revenue.
Second.
Second by Norman. Any more discussion? Janelle, question? Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online? Oh, don't be online today. Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. Oh,
Carried.
3. 3 not voting. 12, 0, 3.
Okay. I was going to break the tie again.
That's not the break. 12, 0, 3. One second you read.
Yeah.
One thing I didn't get to ask Mr. Chuigo on is that, with the Treaty Council, Land and Natural, TLE, we're having serious land issues, and especially when it comes to the Missouri River. I think that the Treaty Council is quite unique. When I was growing up, my grandmother's brother, his name was Matthew Highpine, and he was one of the original Black Hills Treaty Council from the Wounded Knee District. Her first cousin from Kuwichasha was named Matthew Grassrope and Garfield, both of them. And they were strong treaty men. And I remember growing up in Horse Creek, it was very secretive meetings. If you weren't invited or a part of that omnichia, then you couldn't get in. My grandmother, she was, of course, a sister to some of the leading men there. And so she was a cook. And that's how I remember these. There was no flashing of what they know. There was no conferences held at Rapid City Civic Center. These were secret meetings because they held the future of all the Ocheti Shakui in their minds. With the Treaty Council that we have present, it would be good that we as a council support them, because he's talking about major things, promulgating rules, regulations, which would oversee any act, water permits, water pollution fines, criminal theft of water, airspace and taxation, the Missouri River, the stream flow, the PPM contamination efforts. All of these need to be looked at. And so giving our Treaty Council some gosh bops that they can act on it is good, because these are serious infractions that are happening to the Makoche. And since 1934, since the Indian Reorganization Act was implemented, they've been getting away with it. The Treaty Council has always taken a stand for the Makoche and for the future. We need to support our Treaty Council in a way that they can stand a little taller for us. We need to support them because, as a council, we can do so much. Section 17 only deals with so much. But as Sichangos, we can build our own business structure. We have a lot going on. We have a lot of the individuals that can do this. Internet gaming, why aren't we thinking of that? We have tribes that are doing internet gaming that are reaping millions. We're just now trying to go to Vegas so that we can go and tour another tribe's marijuana company. We should have been doing this 3 years ago. All of this should have been already in place. Someone stands up and has an idea and we all jump on it. Maybe we need to make our own ideas, stand on our own beliefs, use our own brains. Because as Lakotas, as Sichangu, we have the most unique water code in the whole world, and we don't even act on it. We don't even stand there with strong minds to protect it. Yet we can go around at the no dapo mniwi choni. That became the biggest slogan since 2016. People standing there with no shoes on. As soon as they left, they put them shoes back on. We need to enforce laws within our inherent rights of sovereignty. And so with the Treaty Council, I ask that we help them, because it's the Treaty Council who we're going to lean on heavily. Because in an IRA type of government, we can't sit down as 21 leaders or 20 leaders. We can't sit down like that and agree. So we have to think back to true Lakota leadership, and we have to go with that. So I really want to support you, Mr. Tuigo, because the efforts of the Treaty Council are all that we have to back us up. Because sometimes legislatively speaking, we can't get that done. So thank you for coming in here and humbly asking for the Treaty Council to get some help. I just wanted to tell you that we have a lot of power, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Phil.
Mr. Chairman, we have a consultation that we need to answer this Friday. They're talking about a consultation with the USDA National Forestry, and they need either you to speak or I can speak for you. So I sent you an email on that.
Okay.
They're talking about inconsistent enforcement of treaties, increased co-stewardship opportunities, restoration of tribal homelands, tribal access for subsistence and traditional uses. That could be hunting, better incorporating of indigenous traditional ecological knowledge. Just for information, if you could respond to the email, or if you want to take that, that's good. That'd be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think he was at the end of his report. Treasurer, is there any more?
Yes.
Other,
yes. So I handed out the committee budgets. Those are the amounts needed for each committee to get through the end of the fiscal year. Your that committee breakdown that I gave you. Yes, yep. So the committees, their funding sources, number of meetings, at-large members, per dime figured. On the second page, you'll find the available balances, and to the far right, the per diem needed to get through the committees. Now, none of these, except for Land and Natural, had special meetings calculated into these figures. I am also recommending that this come from the loss of revenue.
We don't have a total down there. Do we need a total or?
Yes, I'm doing my adding machine here. $50,300 is the total amount needed to get the committees through to the end of the fiscal year to pay the per diem. Again, the only committee that had special meetings calculated in was Land and Natural.
Okay, need a motion to approve the budget for per diem for committees. Amount of
50,300.
Motion by Norman. To come out of loss of revenue, second by Dara. Any more discussion? Ray, questions? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
Okay, council, one final thing, the last thing. We received a check for $10,000 for a donation to assist with elderly utilities, elderly expenses. So I requested Pam Giroux send me a budget because she is the elderly nutrition director, elderly affairs rather, excuse me. So she sent that in for $10,000. I'm going to write a thank you letter back to the individual that donated the $10,000, letting them know that it was allocated to the elderly nutrition program. I am forwarding all of you the budget that Pam set down. I will verbally say food items, 4,000, supplies, 3,000, and wood, 3,000. Her budget justification reads, food vouchers will be given to clients who are in need of emergency assistance. Supplies will be purchased for clients in need of emergency assistance. Wood will be purchased for clients who are in need and don't have enough wood to get them through the upcoming cold spells. Recommending a motion to approve Pam Giroux's budget on this $10,000 for her program to utilize to assist the elderly with.
Need a motion, Donna? Moving. Second by Dara. Question by Norman. Oh, sorry. Oh, withdraw the question. Pam, then we have Jordan.
I guess my question is, when you begin saying it, you said it was for electricity. Why isn't,
Utilities.
okay, so under utilities, how come it's not being utilized as utilities? Instead, there's food involved and, supplies.
So that is the services that her program currently provides. I'm pulling up the donation letter now. She has requested, the letter was just to assist elderly, which is say to right. So food supplies, 4,000, supplies, 3,000, wood, 3,000. These are existing line items in the elderly nutrition budget. Any further questions?
All right, Jordan.
Is there gonna be like an application process for them through her program?
Yeah, the current structure will be followed.
Okay.
Okay, any more discussion? Not questioned by Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Wow.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
That concludes my report, council. Thank you.
Yeah. Next on the agenda, we had at 1 o'clock, we have Golden West. They want to come in and talk a little bit about their proposal to upgrade their system with fiber optics, going to 5G. They've been in a few times already presenting to committees, and they've been in here a few times to presenting to council, so.
Where's the
I
IT
have-
director?
I have Eric making copies of the proposal and a resolution that to possibly approve the proposal that they have today with maybe some discussion and negotiations.
Sir, it's been a while, huh? Good to see you.
And that, these two gentlemen are from Golden West. I'll let them introduce themselves. We'll start with Greg. You want to tell them your name and your position, and
Good afternoon.
then Denny can do that.
My name is Greg Olson. I'm with Golden West Telecommunications.
Go faster. You need to go. Honey? Huh? Honey?
Oh. This one.
Thank you. Thank you. It's on.
Okay, how's this? Better for everyone? My name is Greg Olson. I work for Golden West. I've worked there for the last, 26 years. I've been in front of this council many, many times over the years. And I oversee the marketing, communications, and governmental affairs for Golden West. And this is my boss, who I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon. I'm Denny Law. I'm the general manager of Golden West. I'm based out of Wall, and appreciate the opportunity to come down and appear before you today and hopefully answer any questions you have and tell you a few things about some of the things Golden West would like to do. So thank you.
Council, we have a resolution and a proposal from Golden West. So just for discussion, we'd like to have somebody bring this on as emergency legislation. Like I said, it's been to, they've been here a few times. Last term, I've talked with them and in meetings up on top there and talked about their upgrading their systems, and they're asking for some stuff from the tribe to get this going. I don't know if you will agree with it, but we also, at least we can have it on the floor for discussion. Russell?
We've been at the table here several times, and you probably know a lot more than we have, but what's the status of the proposal that IT submitted? It's going to be hard to make a decision.
Last.
Draft it, and assuming that we'll pass it.
Yeah. I think it's very confusing when we talk about the infrastructure money, the broadband monies that we already applied for. Last week on Friday, I talked to Santi, the IT director, and he said that he was supposed to have gotten some type of notice by last week, and I haven't heard anything from that. Thank you. Which we applied for some broadband monies to do our own broadband internet services, and maybe partner with some other internet services and providers. Golden West here is today is to ask to upgrade their existing services. It's really kind of opposite of what we're trying to do with the broadband monies. We're trying to create our own. That'd be great if we can get that done. We can also compete with Golden West, and maybe we can bring their prices down a little bit, in the process of doing that. But right now, we're just here to hear from Golden West on how they want to upgrade their services, and how they can provide a better service to the people that they serve. So I guess it's kind of it's apples and oranges for the broadband service. What IT is applying for the monies for the broadband services that they applied for. We should hear something on it quick, or pretty soon, on what we can do with the monies that we applied for.
Russell?
Yeah, I guess my question is just reading the resolution. When you say apples and oranges, for the Sioux tribe finds it best interest of those who agree with the terms and conditions of the broadband services master agreement.
We're applying to do our own services, but all they're asking is to upgrade their services. That's all they're here to ask to do today, is to upgrade their existing services.
How did it become apples and oranges?
Because we're applying for money to do our own, but then again, we're already doing business with Golden West. So we're not trying to scoot them out. We're trying to work with them and compete with them while getting our own broadband services. We're talking about, if we weren't online, I'd go into more depth about with who we're trying to partner with and what the IT's recommendation and suggestions are as far as working with another company. I mean, maybe Danny, you want to talk a little bit about what you're trying to do? So
Sure.
keep the discussion going.
Thank you. Yes, I'll start maybe at I'll say a smaller level and then work out to a broader scope. So most of the technology as it relates to our broadband services and voice services that we offer today, in not just on the Rosebud Reservation, but in the surrounding area, is based on our copper facilities that were installed primarily in the late 90s, in the late 1990s. Works great, works fine, provides wonderful voice service and provides, I'll call it adequate and at times perhaps not adequate for today's times in 2022 broadband service. And what we are seeking to do is replace all of our copper facility throughout the reservation and quite frankly throughout Golden West Network with buried fiber optic connections. And the key aspect of that is we would replace existing facility where we already have it located, and we would upgrade it not just, I'll say, along the roads, but all the way up to and into houses, businesses, governmental structures, and entities. And the big thing to understand, and I'm not a technology person by trade, the big thing to understand is what the capabilities are of the fiber optic network as once it's built. And that is the speed and the capabilities of the fiber optic network is anywhere from 40 to 100 plus times greater capacity than what we can do on our copper network. So what does that capacity mean? It means that consumers, businesses, the governments have faster broadband service, significantly faster broadband service, regardless of where you live throughout the area. And it really, I'll say, provides a technology path, not just for today, but for the coming years in terms of the capabilities for remote education, for telehealth, for job and economic stability, for potentially for different government applications. Those are really the big aspects of what fiber optic technology does and what it allows. And so we're beginning the project in the Mission, Antelope, Whitehorse area. But ultimately, what we'd like the larger discussion to be would be throughout the reservation and really throughout the region to upgrade our entire network to fiber optic technology. We are not asking for any funds from the tribe. We are not seeking grant dollars, any of those types of items. So I'm happy to go into any detail on any aspect that folks would like to talk about, but it's really, at the end of the day, it's an upgrade to really the latest and best technology. And quite frankly, a lot of areas in this country and a lot of areas in this state don't have access to the fiber optic technology and won't for some time. If you were in Rapid City, if you were in Sioux Falls, Pierre, Aberdeen, Watertown, Huron, all the larger communities, they don't have fiber optic service. Golden West has been, and part of this discussion has been to let the council and elected leaders know of our plans to upgrade, hopefully, this entire area to fiber optic technology and provide some great technologies, not just today, but well into the future. So.
Council, I just want to say that, we do need to upgrade. I mean, we do need our own services as well. But right now, we use Golden West services, and it would be in best interest to work with Golden West to upgrade their services. But we don't have to give them everything that they ask for. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. If I can get somebody to bring on the resolution, we can continue discussion as far as what's in their proposal. Hey, Dara, bring on emergency legislation. Need a second? Norman? Need a question? Vanessa, we need a number. 111?
11?
111? 111?
This is an amended one, this is 2021.
Yeah, we'll put 2022 on there. This was done quite a while back. We've been trying to get this to the floor for a while, just for discussion. We don't have to approve the resolution, but we need to get it on for discussion as far as what the proposal is. So, all in favor?
1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Did we lose our quorum?
Okay.
What?
Lost one.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need one more in here.
Get one from back there. Where they set up the data?
Okay. Can you bring one up in here so they can vote real quick?
While we're waiting, I have a question for you in Article 4. So let's say, what it would be the average cost of providing something to the customer recipient?
And
Be responsible for any additional cost that may be here wiring that is required
We're bringing it on as emergency legislation.
for installation. Kind of a,
sure. And I'm sorry.
kind of give me a scenario.
Sure. And I just want to make sure I'm looking at, you're on, I'll say page 3 of this, which starts Article 4, service facilities, equipment maintenance and testing, section 1, wiring.
Right.
Sure. So I'm happy to go through that. Thank you for your question. As part of our fiber optic installation, so we'll pick just a house. We're gonna bury fiber optics all the way from our office to a particular home, business, doesn't matter. When we go ahead and do that, the wiring within the house in terms of some of the connectivity as well as for our equipment, because we'll put all new equipment in that customer's house as well. We will replace and upgrade that. That's 100% our expense. What does happen is occasionally though, when our contractors come out, we'll upgrade what we need done for the fiber optic service to operate. That's all our expense. There would be no expense to any customers directly for doing that. What does happen occasionally though is when we go on a customer's premise to do that upgrade, then perhaps a customer will say, hey, while you're here, could you run a wire over here or a jack over here or another cable TV outlet over here that really doesn't have anything to do with the fiber optic upgrade. And so that was really what that clause was for. But in relation specifically to the upgrade to fiber optic service, there is no added cost or installation cost to any existing customer or potential customer when we do that project. The company bears all of that. Thank you.
Council, we have. The maintenance, like, yeah, the maintenance.
If the customer has already ordered I forget what we call it, wire maintenance fee, I think it's a couple dollars a month if I remember correctly. If a customer has that, they would continue to pay that, or they can choose to drop that. It's up to them.
Where it says the tribe agrees to pay GWTC an annual service fee equal to the per unit rate set forth in Exhibit 1. What, can you define that?
Yeah, I can. I will tell you, I hadn't seen this aspect of the agreement before.
Okay.
I'd seen it, where this agreement originated was, I'll say, in this particular agreement was in, I'll say, COVID times, meaning just as COVID was starting to come into play in early 2020, we were in discussions, as Golden West, we were in discussions with the Rosebud Sioux tribe and others about all the schools had gone home. How could we provide broadband services to locations that didn't have broadband at that time? And so that's where a lot of the basis for this aspect of the agreement came, was from, I'll say, when we were trying to get a framework together to provide what we anticipated it being hundreds of broadband connections at that time to assist home remote learning and that. So that was where that language came from.
Council, we had a motion to bring this on as an emergency. We have a quorum in the room, so we'll take a vote to bring it on as emergency, and then we'll have some discussion. So, all in favor?
That question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Anybody online?
No.
In favor?
Opposed?
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
1.
Okay.
I have a question. Sure.
Okay, Eric just said this is the wrong resolution, so. Yeah, the other one's for fiber optic proposal, and this one was for a school agreement for fiber optic.
Broadband services.
Yeah. So he's printing off the new one. We'll bring it in, so kind of embarrassing, but.
So, Mr. Chair, that was my question though also.
Yeah.
Why didn't we have time to go through this at committee level?
At the what?
Why bring this on as emergency and not put it through committee level?
We brought this to committee three times. We brought it to, different committees. We've had meetings up on top. It's been the council for a few times as well, and we just didn't ever take any action on it. Matter of fact, we didn't even get any discussion on it because the proposal requires a little bit of, to upgrade to fiber optics. They were asking for some, to waive to use the existing right-of-ways and waive the fees for right-of-way fees. And I don't think the council was really agreeing with it, or they didn't understand what they were asking for. Another one was TUC fees that was involved. They were asking for a TUC fee to be waived. And I think the TUC committee did meet on that, and they did make a motion to waive the TUC fees, but I don't think the council really agreed with raising all the rights of ways, existing rights of ways fees for that. So that was the question, and I don't know why it didn't get a whole lot of discussion, because, and my thinking is that we should work with Golden West to upgrade the system until we get our own to compete with them. So we can always get our own, but right now they provide the service to our membership, and we have to work with them some way or another to upgrade that to fiber optics. So
my other question is, if we grant this, how long would it take to have the system upgraded?
Thank you. That's a great question. I'll answer that in two parts, if you bear with me. I think if we were to receive approval soon, I'm not asking that today, but I say soon, in the next weeks, I think we could have essentially all of it probably completed by the end of 2024. There's usually about, I'll say, a year to a year and a half of lead time in terms of engineering, rights of way, all the different things that have to go on. There's a lot of supply chain issues right now. So that's why I say 2024, by the end of 2024. We're anticipating starting this year, 22, with Mission Antelope and Whitehorse communities. But just the community, we're not going out in the rural, and I think that's part of, I'll say, the larger discussion that I'd like to have. But in terms of, I'll say all, when we talk about all,
Todd County.
Todd County, and quite frankly, I'd like to talk about even more Todd County, the western portion of White River, the ideal community that we've worked around. All of those areas, all of those are areas we'd like to complete and finish and do it to upgrade to fiber to the home. I think 2024, I'll say 99%, because I'm just holding off on 1% to say I can't control supply chain and some certain things, but I think in the next 2 years, I think we could, 22, 23, 24, and basically have it all done.
So I sent an email to, it was a lady attorney, when we called the wall office in the Economic Development Committee.
Okay.
And they sent us to a lady they said was an attorney for Golden West.
Perhaps
One of
Ms.
the
Rogers.
questions that we asked was how many people are serviced in Todd County?
Okay.
And that's been months and we haven't got a response.
Okay, council, they're handing out the proposal. Some of the issues that we had when we had our other meetings was, if you go to a number, page 3, 1, 2, and 3 was some of the discussion that we had about the Tribal Utility Commission's development fee, and some of the stuff that they wanted waived as far as fees, per raw assessment fee, tech roll fee. Those are some of the fees that it would be. And Eric's drafting the resolution, so to approve this proposal, if there's any amendments to make to it, and then we would make the amendments to the resolution as well.
Thanks.
Neil?
I just have a question about why the routers are so much.
I'm sorry,
Why the routers are so much.
the routers are so much.
Yep, they're 250 on average. Most places only charge about 100 to.
Oh, that's what our cost was for the routers, and it was only in the event we did not receive a router back, meaning once the service terminated, what would be the charge for that if we didn't receive it back? So $250 is about what we pay for a router. It's included, again, this document was put together back in the I'll say March of 2020, I think it probably was, when COVID was really, everybody was scrambling, trying to figure out what was going on with COVID and homeschooling. We just put the fee in terms of that was our cost if we didn't get the router back. At the time when my recollection, I'm looking back at Greg, my recollection, Greg, when we first began discussions on how to put that together, we were talking potentially several hundred locations that we were going to try to do quickly to get broadband up and going for remote education. But council member, honestly, I've not seen this since then. So I apologize for I'm not trying to dance around your question. I just didn't recall the document as well.
Danny, do you want to kind of talk about the proposal, and they'll bring the resolution here in a bit, and we'll get it on the floor.
Great. Yes. Thank you, President Herman. they handed out the copies of the proposal we first made in January of 2020. I won't go through it word for word. I've talked a little bit about what I'll say fiber optic technology is, as well as what the benefits are. I will stress to you that the fiber optic technology is, I'll say, the latest, greatest technology to have fiber to the home. And I'm excited about the opportunity to further deploy fiber optic technology throughout Todd County and, quite frankly, throughout many of the lands in this area. What we're looking at is, I'll say a couple of things. As I've mentioned earlier, our intent was to begin in just the communities, within the communities of Mission, Whitehorse, and Antelope. But our hope is to go much broader than that. And that's, I'll say, all of the communities and all of the homes located in between each of those communities. And so I don't know the names of who lived there, but as I drove down this morning from Wall, I drove down, I came through Norris, I came through Parmalee. There's plenty of homes and residents along the way. We'd like to serve all of them. And we do serve them today with our copper technology. But the capabilities of what we're able to offer and what customers want and need today, as well as what they're going to want and need tomorrow and for years and generations to come, is going to require a new technology. We propose to invest in fiber optic technology to provide those services to make sure, you know, nobody is left behind. It is expensive to do even a community, but when you start adding the rural areas in, and that gets to where our proposal starts to come in, that's where the significant added costs go in terms of all of the miles involved to do the rural areas outside of a Rosebud, outside of a St. Francis, outside of a Mission or an Antelope even. We would like to deploy the fiber optic technology throughout. To give you an idea, our Mission project, what we call our Mission project, Mission Antelope Whitehorse, is about 15 miles of fiber. Now, again, it's just a community, but it's to every home, every business in the community. It's every home and business in the Antelope community, every home in the Whitehorse community. 15 miles. Our estimate for just the exchanges or the areas that we currently serve in Mission and Rosebud, and that would include St. Francis and that, is it would be approximately a 400-mile project. And the reason for that is all of the miles down the roads, down the highways, to reach not just the customers or the tribal members or other residents in the communities, but also those located outside the communities so that they have access to this same technology. When we start adding those costs in terms of all of those added miles, in combination with some of the fee structure that is in place, is where we're asking for consideration from the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And that consideration includes the TUC fee. It includes the per rod fee if we need to acquire more rights of way to be able to do this. And then also we're asking for consideration as it relates to a portion of the tech growth fee. And again, the reason we're asking for that is we can do the communities and we would seek to do those, but when our goal is to connect everyone, it adds not just millions of dollars of added cost, it's tens of millions of dollars of added cost to do those projects. And when the fees are layered on top of those rural areas, it takes I'll say a challenging project and makes it incredibly difficult, if not impossible. And that was our reason for asking for the consideration.
Question from one of the council reps.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Jordan.
That's
Well, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just had a question about the Sichungu Village. I know that they don't get service from you guys. Are you guys ever planning to offer that out there?
So, and to confirm that I know the location, just by north of the casino. Yeah. So when we first proposed this to prior administrations, what Golden West committed we would do is if the Rosebud Sioux tribe was interested, we will engineer the project and we'll come up with, here's what, let us find out what the cost of that project is and that we would look to provide service in that area. We didn't go any further with it because our proposal candidly just didn't get any traction at the time to do any of the projects. And so I haven't looked at that further. I would continue to keep that in our proposal. We would absolutely look at that. I know that's an area of concern, both connectivity to the casino as well as all of the housing in that area. I'll say is subpar, probably generous to call it even subpar. We would certainly look at that and are willing to commit with that. Our plan and our original proposal and contained in this document is let us engineer it. We will come back to the tribe and say, hey, look, again, I'm just throwing out numbers because I don't know what it costs, but it's a $2 million project. And, you know, if the engineered costs are within a realm that we can do, okay, we'll do it.
So would I need to make a motion for that to happen, or can we, how would we get the ball rolling just for like our village? Because I mean, I represent Antelope and they're a part of my community, and they don't get services out there. So I guess like my question would be.
I think that's part of their proposal is to.
What's in here already?
It is. If you look on page 3, on the very bottom bullet point on page 3 to the top of page 4.
The new one?
Yep.
Okay.
Russell?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember, I can't remember the name of it, something around that. I remember they have that service area.
Yeah, we
from Nebraska that comes into the state of South Dakota and covers, and they've been, I don't know who they've been talking to, but they're ready to extend into their service area. I can't remember the name of the company right
It was called CenturyLink, and they service as far as down towards, I believe by, where Gina Williams, right around there, that's where it stops. That's the ending part of the CenturyLink, and that's how far they service. After that, it's out towards the east, out by the Hidden Timber area in Oak Creek, and so they're looking to expand, but they want to do a partnership with the Rosebud Sioux tribe as far as providing those services. So that's another option as far as bringing somebody else in to provide these services. So
What about the Oak Creek Witten Spur?
Yeah, that's a great question. So all of that is within the Golden West service territory. Our goal is, and our intent is that would all be ultimately included as we expand our fiber optic project outside of the Todd County boundaries, if that makes sense. So yes, that is our intent to do fiber to the home, Oak Creek, Witten, Wood, all of those areas that are within Golden West existing service territory today. Yes, we would like them all to be fiber optics.
Denny, we probably need to really focus on our discussion as far as those fees, and that's kind of the deal breaker as far as what the council wants to hear is what you want us to waive and why should we do that?
Sure.
Number one, I know on the fees, you said that number 1 and number 2, you're asking for it to be waived. The Peckrell fee cannot be waived unless it's in our ordinance that we cannot waive fees unless it's a green energy project. So that's kind of out of the question as far as making that happen. Unless we amend our ordinance some way to do that, but I don't think we're going to do that.
And thank you, President Herman. And I wasn't aware of that when we made the proposal, but we would not request that.
Do you pay anyone right away? Or are you allowed to come back to the
So we already have right of way. In our fiber to the home project, we would need to acquire more, but we already have right of way. And for where we have acquired right of way, we paid for it at that point in time. So it would have been, I'll say 70s, 80s, 90s through current. And what we would do is replace our copper facility with that. I don't know that I guess I don't consider that to be piggybacking as we're replacing one technology medium for a different one, but it delivers the same services. It just delivers them better.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you guys for coming. I'm Stephen Genori, the tribal treasurer. So I'm kind of surprised to see the request to waive the tech row fees, just because I understand the amount of revenue that Golden West makes for this area. I do have a question for the Economic Development Committee. Where are we at with our broadband project? Because this is kind of defeating the purpose of us acquiring those funds. I also think we need to revisit Golden West's right-of-ways, the right-of-ways that are currently granted, and review them and perhaps make some amendments. But I do not recommend that we allow Golden West to lay fiber optics on tribal land, because we can do that and we can lease it to them and we can own it. That is the purpose of us applying for that broadband grant. And can anybody from the Economic Development Committee, or Ray, I know that you are communicate with Santi. Do you know what the status on? Oh, sure.
We're still in the final processes for the broadband initiative. But this is for the benefit of the people, but the other question is that so you're going to pay right-of-ways to non-members within Todd County, within Millette County, but yet you're not going to pay right-of-ways to the tribe?
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. We don't pay, the Rosebud Sioux tribe is the only entity that requires us to pay right-of-way. We are not required by other landowners or county or other governmental entities to pay any right-of-way.
Can you tell me where your current right-of-ways are? You said you wanted to expand those. Where are you limited now?
I'm not sure I understand your question when you say where are we limited?
Where are the areas that you currently have right-of-ways on?
So anyone who's receiving service from us today, we would have right-of-way to get from, I'll just pick on from Mission to Rosebud, for example. We will have right-of-way all along the highway from Mission to Rosebud. And if there is a home or an establishment somewhere along the way, we will either have right-of-way or a service line agreement that then will take a spur off of that, the right-of-way from Mission to Rosebud, just for example purposes, and then to their facility. The reason we may need additional right-of-way is there may be other areas or locations we would need to serve that I would hope folks would want us to serve. So we would not just simply plow it in, obviously, we would need to acquire right-of-way to do that. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
All right.
I think we should probably have included the IT director in on this conversation. He is the point of contact. I know that we had the agenda today, and I'm a little surprised that nobody had reached out to the IT director because of what we have going on currently, or what the tribe is planning on doing. But if we're going to receive the amount of money to do our own broadband and lay our own fiber optic, why would we allow anybody to come in and take that away from us? That is just my questions, comments, and concerns. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Russell?
Yeah, we're talking apples and oranges here, so.
We're talking about having existing services, and we don't have this yet. So we're just trying to upgrade the system that they have. And again, I think we're talking two different things.
Is it a portion of that grant that we applied for?
We haven't received it yet, but we're already talking about scooting these guys out and not letting them upgrade their services for the benefit of our tribal members.
We've had ample time.
Right. Right.
You've also filed for extensions up until this point.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Ample time?
We were told that we were going to have a lot of these services for internet by 2020. And then now it's been pushed off to 2024. And I still have a hard time thinking that you could lay that much line in 2 years' time.
I'll address a couple of items. I don't feel that the delays from 2019 or 20 are from Golden West. I've met with multiple administrations over the years, probably for the better part of 10 years, with the framework of this proposal many times. And we've been ready to do this for many, many years. So I don't think that from Golden West perspective, I guess I would not want the perception to be that Golden West has held back. We have not. In regards to the number of miles, that's a lot of miles, and it takes an entity or I'll say a telecommunications operator to thread that needle to get it done. In an average year, we'll do about 1,200 miles of fiber optic construction. So this would be a big portion of that.
This one? Yeah. Oh, this is two different ones. This is Mike Long's. We're looking for one that's. Well, we need the number here.
You put it on fire.
No, we didn't. Okay, here's the new resolution. You want to use the same number? We already went through emergency legislation. The secretary said we can use the same number. We've already brought it on as emergency legislation, so the mover, do you want to bring it on as for approval? So we get the discussion down, we can always vote it up or down, so. Dara, would you want to move to bring it for approval? 2022-111.
We have a discussion on it. We're all on the same page instead of putting a resolution. Right now, we're discussing, especially the fee.
Well, this is,
When they came here
this is what happened last time, Russell, is we brought this on and there was no discussion because we didn't have a resolution to bring it on for discussion. That's why we're bringing it on today.
No, but this is a big undertaking, and I think we should have a healthy discussion before we pass a resolution for approval.
We got to bring it on for approval for discussion. That's my point.
I think you're putting the cart before the horse.
I don't think I am, but it's up to the council if they want to bring it on or not.
I'd like to have some clarity on the fees. I know we had a discussion on that. I'd like to question gentlemen on the fee.
Okay, go ahead. Continue the discussion.
When you say that you want us to waiver these fees, Travel Utility Commission development fee, per rod assessment fee, and petrol fee, down to 1. You know, we had this discussion. I know you came to us.
Mhm.
Travel council at that time, the old council, kind of didn't see them, you know, and so I guess kind of elaborate on, for example, you're going to spend $40,000 on a project, and that's a lot of money. But why are you asking us to waive? What's the dollar amount? I know you 28.9 per foot during new construction. What is that equivalent to? You're talking miles. What's the dollar amount?
As it relates, I'll let somebody else, if they have a calculator handy, do the math. But as it relates to the Tribal Utilities Commission development fee at 29 cents a foot, just for Todd County alone, we estimated it'd be close to 400 miles of fiber optic construction. So whatever 5,280 times 40 times 29 cents is, I'm sorry, I don't have a calculator, so I can't do that one. But that would be just the Todd County amount. I don't know, Greg, if you have that. The per rod assessment fee, I'm not able to tell you as well. And the reason is I don't know how much additional right-of-way we may or may not need. We already have some existing right-of-way that we currently occupy to provide services, so we wouldn't need new right-of-way for that. And I don't think of the 400 miles in the project, I'd be surprised if, I'll say 50 to 100 miles, that's just an estimate on my part. Maybe 50 miles of that may need new right-of-way to get to new areas or more efficient routes instead of perhaps the routes that we travel on. So again, I'm not trying to dodge your question. I don't know the answer because I don't know how much new right-of-way we would need compared to what we already have. The last question is, as it relates to the tech row fee, when we initially made this proposal, we were unaware that it was written in ordinance about the tech row fee, and we are not requesting that you amend your ordinance to absolve that. We just felt from the investment that Golden West was going to make, hopefully to serve all of the areas and not just the communities, it is a significant investment, as you mentioned, and in 2020, that investment was 48 million. I'm pretty confident it's significantly more than that now, given that there's been significant price increases for us in terms of both the fiber optic cable as well as the contractors. But I would not, and I realized Attorney Antoine wrote it based off of our 2020 proposal, but I would not propose Golden West seek a reduction in the tech row fee because I'm not seeking you to amend an ordinance.
Well, I'm not good at arithmetic. And so kind of give me the ballpark figure.
600,000 for the.
How much?
600,000 for the 29 cents.
Is that what it was? Okay. I was going to do it on my phone.
You can, I could be wrong.
I'll take your word for it.
Was that the Tribal Utility Commission fee?
Yeah.
600,000?
That was per rod. And here, small figures, so it's kind of just reading. So I kind of, you know.
Sure.
Willing to give up.
So I'm going to do an estimate and say, I'm just going to estimate we need 50 miles of new right-of-way. Again, that's just an estimate. And there is, 1 second, I'll do the math on my phone here. $330 rods in a mile, so 330 times 50, 16,500 rods, depending on where I'll go on the 250 to 4. The appraisals always vary based on when they do that. Do you want to go with $3 a rod? Roughly $50,000. Again, there's a lot of assumptions in there, though. It assumes 50 miles of new right-of-way at $3 a rod. I don't know how much right-of-way we would need for a project of this size.
And right now, he is given. You guys are willing to accept that.
Hello. I really depend on Golden West myself, my kids during that shutdown, just life in general, you know. Since COVID hit, we've been home. And even before COVID hit, my mother had died. And so I mourned her in a traditional way, and I didn't go anywhere for a year. I gave up everything that I loved to send my mother home. And so I stayed home, and I got A's in all my classes because of the Wi-Fi that I was allowed to take my classes in. Everything was on the internet. I really do feel that, yeah, we do have a tribal utility commission, but we don't have proper things in place where we have our own broadband right now. So, you know, I'm not gonna put my Wi-Fi on the skids just because we can't do our homework on time. I depend on the Wi-Fi. I depend on my home phone. That phone I have was my mother's telephone number. So all of her cousins and family know that number. all of her connections throughout the United States, and they still call it. And so I depend on Golden West, and I know there's a lot of fees in here. I know there's a lot of red tape, but I do think that the services provided to us are fair. Right now, I think it's kind of a little high, but I think that with inflation and with an economy that's, you know, we went through Trump, and he wasn't a very good man, and he imposed a lot of violations that went congressional wise, you know, and it was Indian country that felt it, you know, and Golden West resides in the heart of Lakota country, Wall, South Dakota. You guys are right there in our lands. So you coming onto our lands and helping us out with a service is a good thing, you know, and I'm thankful for that. So today I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to go with this because I do believe that our people need sufficient services in order to go daily. Look at this. We have Zoom up here. Those people wouldn't be able to do that unless we had the Wi-Fi connection possible from Golden West. So I support you on this today. So thank you for coming and taking all this heat.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, we have a responsibility here. That's our. So when we, and I too am a Golden West recipient. And I hope you don't go home and turn me off.
No.
But, you know, for the sake of getting we're gonna go into business, or if we're gonna allow a business, I mean, we need our I's dotted and our T's crossed. And that's where I'm coming from. So don't take this on a personal level. And if you shut me off, I will take it.
I assure you that will not be the case.
Is there any more discussion on the fees? I know that Private Utility Commission, if the development fee was, they estimated to be about a $600,000 waiver. Tribal Utilities Commission met quite a while ago, and they did do that. They waived the fees for that TUC fees. They made a motion to do that, but it's still up to the council if they want to do it or not. There was some discussion about if we waive any fees at all, maybe we can get it back in some type of rebate or special prices for tribal members for waiving these fees. That's another suggestion that we could probably look at. I mean, if we're gonna save you some cost, then you should be able to save us some cost, and as far as the services that you provide. Russell and Tennille.
More question.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, to what extent, once, let's say we pass this, and at the end of the day, who's gonna, are there gonna be an increase in our tribal members' phone bill or their access to fiber optic? You know, at the end of the day, it's your customers that are gonna feel the after effect.
Yep, you're exactly right. And I'll say this is a cost borne by all Golden West members, whether they reside on the Rosebud Reservation, in Wall, where I live, Reliance, Plankington, Corsica, pick a community that we serve. This is an investment by Golden West as a cooperative, and it's an investment by the entire cooperative in cooperative members and cooperative customers. To answer your question, I can categorically state no, customers' bills will not go up because we did fiber optic construction or fiber optic deployment in the Rosebud Reservation or any other area. I can't say customers' bills will never go up. However, they would never go up. Rosebud's bill wouldn't go up any more or less than anyone else's bill. But none of it is directly from, if we do a fiber optic project in a year or two, your bill is going to go from $60 to $80. No, that would not be the reason why. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but we should have that in writing.
Sure.
You know, down the road,
I would happily stipulate from Golden West perspective that, again, I can't stipulate that rates will never go up. That's, I can't do. However, they won't go up because of the fiber optic project, and they will never be increased just because it's Rosebud or just because it's a different community. If all Golden West rates go up, yes, then these rates would go up as well. But we would never single out a particular area, and our fiber optic project is part of I'll say a larger project within Golden West. But we would agree to that in writing.
that leads me to another question.
Sure.
When you say that, for example, Council Village, that's outside your service area.
Yep.
And you said you will commission an engineer study. So how long would that take? And what if you ran into this Century Link, their service area? I mean, how do you deal with that?
Sure.
We're not going to get caught up in the middle of that.
No, I'll say for the same reasons, if the Rosebud Sioux tribe chooses to get into the telecommunications business, you can get into the telecommunications business. You can provide that service where you choose to. That's up to you. The same is true for me as well in terms of Golden West. So there's a process that Golden West can go through to extend its service into the Sikangu Village area. Just like CenturyLink could go through that same process if they wanted to come up and serve Mission or Rosebud or St. Francis or something else. So there's no barriers, I'll say, either direction for entities either getting into the telecommunications business or extending it. There's some processes, but they're well defined and they'd be able to be accomplished. Thank you for your questions.
Tennille?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a little observation, I guess you could say. I just feel like this is business, and I don't think we should have to waive any fees at all. I mean, if I'm late and I ask you to waive my late payment, you're not going to do it for me. I guarantee it. But I really feel like we should be able to bill you guys, and then, you know, this is an investment that's going to have a good return on it, and you guys are going to make a lot of money off of us. I think so, especially when you consider this true up that's in here. Those adjustments can be made here. So it's for the amount of connections, and it's an annual fee, and it can go up into an excess of $1,000 due to the number of connections. So I just feel like I don't agree with waiving the fees. Thank you.
Council member, if I may respond for a moment, a couple of things. One is the initial agreement that was handed out to you is candidly not tied whatsoever and was never executed. It just was handed out in air. So there's no terms.
That was a wrong proposal. I apologize for that. I asked Eric to draft a resolution for that, and we got the proposals mixed up, so we initially gave you the wrong one. So we're working off this other one. It says Golden West Fiber Optic. That's what we're talking about now.
So only this one. Oh, okay.
Halfway.
Thank you, Chairman. My question that I have, I guess, relates to this proposal was made to the tribe January 2020. At that time, when you had came, you were asking for those amounts to be lowered at that time. But it's been 2 years now. I believe that you may have accumulated more monies to put aside towards this project. Am I correct or not?
No, it's not a situation where I'll say, keep putting money in a savings account in anticipation of doing this project. We're doing I'll say it's more of a timing issue. We have wanted to upgrade this area for several years, but we haven't been able to get, I'll say, whether it's the necessary approvals or the framework to have it. But I don't think it's accurate to say that, I'll say, we've saved more money to do it.
Well, I guess the point I'm getting at is that 2 years, if you hadn't received any kind of agreement on the fees, have you guys possibly looked at maybe putting that much more to the side so that you knew if we didn't agree to this, that you would have no choice but to pay those fees?
Councilmember, it was less about, I'll say, putting money to the side as it was. Yeah, sure. And that's a fair question. It was not about putting money to the side or budgeting. It's Golden West serves a larger area than just the Rosebud Reservation. We're in the process of doing upgrades throughout our network, whether, again, I mentioned some of the communities earlier. And the issue was more from I'll say, a sequencing perspective, because even just to get if we'd have gotten a green light to go 2 years ago, we would have been doing, it just takes so long to engineer and then get the materials, get the contractors, get the right of way, the TIPO approvals, the BIA approvals, all of those items. We wanted to get all of those things. We had to seek approval first before we did them. And so instead of, I'll say, putting money aside, we just put other projects that we were doing upgrades in other areas. We've wanted to put, I'll say, the Rosebud Reservation and other areas in this area at the top of the list. We just haven't been able to, I'll say, figure out the right path collectively to work with the tribe to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, Donna?
Do you deal with, state utilities?
With state utilities.
Probably Utilities Commission, does the state have it?
The state does have Utilities Commission, the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission, yes. We do deal with them, not, I'll say, a lot, but yes.
Do they do any waivers with you?
There's really no regulation that they would need to waive, and there's no fees from them to waive. So I guess we've not asked them for a waiver because the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission doesn't assess, honestly, no one else assesses us a per foot fee for construction.
Okay, so then if you put fiber optic cable in St. Francis Rosebud, and we live in Two-Strike there, are we able to get cable television like St. Francis and Rosebud?
We've not done cable, where we've done fiber optic in other areas, we have not expanded, I'll say, cable TV outside in further areas. And the reason for that being is somewhat of an economics reason. Once you get fiber optics, your broadband is so good that usually you'll go subscribe to something else and not our cable service, is the honest answer, like a Hulu or YouTube or one of the other services. And because you've got fiber optic based broadband that is really good, it's pretty easy for you to do that. And so we've not found it economical to expand where we offer cable, what we call cable service, outside of those areas. Thank you for your questions.
More discussion on the fees or any other part of this proposal? Micah?
I would like to entertain a motion to send this back to the TOC because from what I've been informed, the last time the Utilities Commission met was about 3 to 4 years ago on this issue. So I would like to send this back to them.
I think, well, it's a good motion, but I think, like I told him earlier before he was in the room, that in the end, it's your decision to waive that fee or not. So I know they made a motion a few years ago to do that, but in the end, it's up to you as far as passing it by resolution if you want to waive those fees or if you want to charge them those fees still. So
Okay.
do you still want the motion or?
I mean, I would still stick with my motion to see what the TUC recommends or what their thoughts are on it.
All right.
Because it's been over, 3 years at least.
Yeah, it's income for revenue for the TUC commission, that's for sure, and also the Rosebud Sioux tribe. That's why we were talking earlier about if we waive any of these fees, what does that mean for the tribal membership that receives the services? Does that mean a discount down the line for waiving those fees? It's quite a bit of money, and maybe have a special cost for tribal members for Wi-Fi and that kind of stuff, and those things need to be talked about, so.
And I mean, I don't know who else, has received information from Santee, but it, apparently Golden West has already started laying fiber. So, I mean, to me, that's alarming. The conversation that I've heard so far is that, they haven't started yet. They're waiting for this approval. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what, is being talked here at the.
I think you're laying them in the residential, the ones that are existing to the residentials, right? Is that what you're doing?
We've not begun construction on anything. We've had fiber optics that connect Rosebud to Mission to St. Francis to Parmalee. We've had fiber optics to connect our offices for 20 years, probably, in that area. In terms of any fiber to the home projects, we have not begun anything.
Okay. All right, well, your motion's, you're gonna make a motion to send the TUC fees back to TUC for discussion or
And, recommendations for us on.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Need a second. Pam? Any discussion? Any more discussion? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
9, 10.
Opposed?
Yes.
11.
11. David?
Opposed?
Yes. Okay, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. We'll send this portion of
All
the
zero,
utilities, so we'll send the whole thing back to, what do you want to do with the agreement as far as, you want to bring it back another time or table it to, we still didn't bring it on as emergency, so go ahead, Pam.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess that's why I was raising my hand. I would have preferred the motion to be more detailed, but as long as we got it to go back to TUC, I guess my direction for you as the chairman of the tribe is to sit down with TUC and bring up these concerns that the council has. And it's mainly about the fees. I don't think that we want to see fees waived, but I think that there can be some kind of negotiation on amounts. So I guess that's what I would like to see, and I think some of my colleagues would like to see some kind of negotiation done on these fees and brought back with the suggestion of what we need to do. So I don't know if you want that in a motion form or. Okay, well, I guess Micah's amending her motion to include that.
Okay. We'll get that down.
Amend to send negotiations back to TUC to negotiate on the fees, but not to waive any.
Okay, well, let's, can we get a motion just to table the proposal and send it back to, and maybe bring it back up at our next meeting in May? Can we do it that way? Do we have to bring it back to some time or another?
Aaron,
Yeah, go ahead, Fremont.
TUC, isn't that just regulatory?
It's regulatory.
Shouldn't that go to EPA or someplace?
It's a TUC, it's a Tribal Utilities Commission fee. So they will have to deal with it. They would make a recommendation. It's only a recommendation to the tribal council to waive it. So, and they did make a motion to recommend that they waive the fee for this project. But, again, I said in the beginning that it's all, in the end, it's up to this council if they want to waive it or not. So they can make all the recommendations they want, but still in the end, it's up to the council to waive it or not. So we're just kind of prolonging the negotiations as far as.
I guess if that's the case, then maybe whoever's on council that sits on TUC should be the one to attend, when they get done with TUC, maybe take that recommendation to Land and Natural and have that discussion there with the Land and Natural Committee and get Land and Natural support, because that's dealing with the land and also the utility commission's fees. So if you have both of those in agreement with this agreement or whatever agreement can be worked out, I think you'll have the settlement of the council to go ahead and move forward with it. Like today, coming up, we have some new council reps that these negotiations came before a council before they sat. So they don't have no update on what's going on except for what's being said here. And it raises questions for them too. So I think whoever's sitting on a utility commission from the council would need to do that legwork of attending the TUC meeting and also attending Land and Natural and getting some kind of agreement. So a lot of us council reps can have that continuity of agreement of what's going on.
Okay, well, let's have the meeting with TUC. I'll attend the meeting. I'll get the recommendations. We'll bring this resolution and proposal back in May. Okay?
Yeah.
Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll bring it back in May after we send it back to TUC. I'll sit down with them and we'll have some discussions, make recommendations and bring it back in May.
Okay, and then to correct myself on something too, I just realized that on the technical fees were reduced at a smaller amount. I don't know if you guys want to have Tecro involved in that, but I mean.
That's not even an option for us at this point, because our ordinance says we can't waive Tecro fees unless it's a green energy project. So it's not even an option for us. So we can take that completely off there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Danny. Great, we're gonna send this back to Tribal Utilities Commission. We're gonna try to bring it back up in May. Okay?
Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna bring it back in, I'm gonna meet with Tribal Utilities and we'll bring it back in May.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, we're gonna.
Or do you want me to, you have a copy already?
Yeah.
Council, can we have a little break here? We want the family of Norman, they want to present him and honor him today just for a few minutes here and maybe sing him a song as far as him being elected to tribal council. The family is pretty proud of him being a part of this council today. So if we can just take a few minutes and we can present Russell with, not Russell, but Norman. I'm also saying Russell. Norman with a start quote. The family would like to do that. So we'll go ahead and
We asked, if he would sing an honor song. Which if you
Come on here.
Norman's been here before. I mean, he served 2 consecutive terms on, I think he had 4 years in, and then he decided to retire and take a break. His hair was getting too gray, so now he's back, it's turned black again, so he's back. Thank you, family, for coming in and doing that.
Thank you for letting us come in during your session. Here, hold my hand, please.
Okay. Okay, we had, done with Golden West, we had Indian Health Services. We're on communities. We have any resolutions, motions? Communities, we have Daryl, and then Ray. Donna. And then Donna.
Good afternoon. Like to say thank you to Norman's son and family for coming in, and for Keith for that real good song. Still got me breathing hard. I have a resolution from Swiftburg Community, Resolution 2022-02, and I will start it. The community made this resolution, and I'll read it. No, this is the only one. I haven't made, I just wanted to read it to you guys today so that you know. Let me see. I'll start it at the third one. It says, whereas under Article 4 of the RST Constitution grants communities authority to make recommendations to tribal council, and whereas the Swiftburg community would like to clarify the Community Presidents Association CPA bylaws. And whereas the Swift Bear community does not recognize any organization, entity, or programs representing or presenting amendments to ordinance and resolution approved by the community presidents for tribal council approval as being supported by communities. Whereas the Swift Bear community believes that the community president's bylaws were created to assist communities in sharing, supporting, and collaborating information to be taken back to their respective community for support and approval. Whereas that each community president needs to be accountable to its membership and seek approval from their respective community. And therefore be it resolved that Swift Bear community recommends any resolution, amendments to tribal ordinance, legislation pertaining to communities be referred back for community input and support nation building by empowering our communities and to treat the Community Presidents Association as a group or organization and not a vehicle for passing amendments. Resolutions are a policy on behalf of communities of our community and stating community support. Be it further resolved, any information requiring community support or resolution will go through its communities and not the Community Presidents Association, and directs its council representative to vote in support of this resolution. It was presented at a duly called meeting on March 9th, 2022, and was passed by 14 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting. I think this is in reference to the last time that the community presented a resolution and then another council member said, oh, well, they couldn't possibly have made that.
Yeah.
And the writer was sitting right behind me. So it was very disrespectful to my community to be called dumb in a council meeting. And so with that, they want this resolution from our community to be made known that they are a community who has their own voice. And when they speak as a community, I try to back them up because that is my job. That's what I took oath for, to be the voice of my community, not to be the mind of my own. So I would like to have my community be heard today because I feel that they're kind of, the communities themselves aren't getting any fair representation by either us or the Community Presidents Association. So I just wanted to read this into effect for my community and to let everyone know that it was made by a veteran of the Vietnam War, and it was made by an enrolled Si Chungu Lakota, who has every brain possible to make statements like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dara.
What's called dumb?
Ray and then Donna.
Or the last reading, they said that it couldn't possibly have been made by my community.
Who said that?
Rosebud, and he was sitting right behind me, and his family got offended because he wrote the whole thing. It was on air.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Just a couple things from my community. We had a community meeting and there was a motion made, and I'm assuming it would be for the treasurer, but it was a motion to get the tribal council members who received hazard pay and premium pay last year and this year, and to be given to the community officers. So I could provide you with that as well. And then the other thing was we had a discussion about the BIA office being located over in Mission. We have a lot of community members, who are having a hard time getting to Mission. During the pandemic, a lot of tribal members, they had to find rides over there. It was closed, or they don't have money now, or no one's answering their phone. So there's a long discussion about Resolution 2017-12, which Tribal Council supported bringing back the BIA offices back to Rosebud. So I know they want to bring back up those discussions. I know this resolution was never rescinded, so there is a standing resolution. So just wanted to bring that to the floor and have discussion and start that process again if we're all wanting to bring them back. So
Is that asking for them to be,
It was opposing them moving to, Mission.
if, you might wanna maybe just reaffirm that resolution by motion and, that's what you wanna do. It's just.
Okay, I can, motion to reaffirm resolution 2017-12.
Second by Pam. Is there any discussion on it?
Opposing moving the BIA office in Mission.
I have a question, Chairman.
Go ahead, Stephen.
So if they do vacate that space, what happens to the building? Is it still under the BIA or can we stick self-determined programs in that space? Does anybody know that? The one in Mission, BIA headquarters.
Well, I think,
Go ahead, Pam.
I think in the past, when the superintendent and the superintendent's office staff were located down here, I think they utilized
It's a
that
directive
building for still doing using it for like the land area, the probate, general assistance. Gee, I'm trying to think what else was in there. But a lot of that leasing stuff was all over there, so I think that it's just gonna stay, probably just get stretched out the same way.
Yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? Is this to reaffirm in 2017? 12. Requesting that they move the BIA back over to Rosebud. So I don't know where we'll put them, but it's a directive from his community, so.
I just have a question.
Norman.
I have a comment also, Chairman.
Remember when we was on board, Robert Moore made the resolution for him to be back over there?
Mhm.
And then he died, so.
Yeah.
After that, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So, I guess, after they moved over there, did they release this building to the tribe? The BIA headquarters?
Yeah.
They released it to them? So, after we reaffirm this resolution, do we need to, maybe, I don't know, before we even reaffirm it, but maybe, amend the resolution that they have a building down here? I mean, they should never let their building go, or we should never even accepted their building because that was actually the superintendent's office right there.
I know, after, in the near future, in these upcoming months, we're gonna have more discussion on it and bring community resolutions forward to start the planning process and how to move them back into Rosebud. Some of the reaffirm it, and I can come again with a more thorough resolution, I guess, planning.
All right, is there any more discussion? Any question? Donna? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
9,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2,
Motion carried.
Thank you.
3.
3, okay. We have Donna, then Martha.
Good afternoon. We had our two-share community meeting. One of the things, I had given some names to Bob for some community members that need electrician and some roof, but it's still a slow process. So I texted again, and if it's still going to be that slow of a process, we need more workers. That. And the other thing, we had a soup line on Sunday. Well, the community had a soup line on Sunday. They'll have one on Tuesday. And then I got approached You have a deadline for the construction applications or renovations that are due today. They're asking if that could be extended another week.
I didn't know there was a deadline on them. I didn't know that.
It says, April 14th.
Okay. All right, well, we'll try to extend those.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you.
Okay. We have Martha and then Pam.
Good afternoon, Patron colleagues. I'm requesting to go into executive if I can.
Okay, there's a request to go in executive session. If there's no objections, I will declare us in a executive session.
Yeah.
Second by Donna.
She works for, Head Start program. She's for, what was it now? Had to do with health, wasn't it? The,
And then you get the degree.
yeah.
We're one shy of a quorum. You're leaving though? Are you leaving now? We have, we can call those out. They're still in a conference in here, so we can bring them back in if you guys want to keep going.
I just gotta go outside and take care of this.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Should we take a break?
5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, let's take a break.
Oh, no. Then I'm an auctioneer off all this stuff. Recess.
Discussion? Question? Yeah, go ahead.
That, are we correcting lost revenue to lost of revenue?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. All where it says lost revenue, it's supposed to say loss. As amended.
Good question.
Question? Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
I didn't even read this. What that is.
Motion for emergency legislation for 22-115.
Check.
I gave that back to you.
Go ahead. We're all tired here. We'll all eat you guys.
That's what, number 115, right?
In a question.
Okay, the motion for emergency legislation, number is 115. The second by Ray, question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, 12, 13. 13.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve resolution 22-115.
Need a second? Donna?
Start with the sixth whereas the federal law requires the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Interior to enter into a lease agreement with the tribe proposing a lease pursuant to section 105(1) of Public Law 93-638 as amended codified at 25 U.S.C. subsection 532491 with such lease compensation as calculated in accordance with 25 CFR Part 900 Subpart H, beginning at 25 CFR subsection 900.69. Whereas the U.S. Department of Interior requires tribes and tribal organizations to certify that all the information provided by the tribe or tribal organization for purposes of calculating these lease compensations under 105(1) of Public Law 93-638 is true and correct. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council designate the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to negotiate and execute said lease and take all necessary measures to implement said lease agreements for the current fiscal year and any subsequent year for which funds are available. Now therefore be it resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized to submit lease proposal to the U.S. Department of Interior for the following facilities pursuant to Public Law 93-638.
Section, it's supposed to be section 105L instead of 1, so.
Oh. As amended.
Okay. Any discussion?
Second page.
Oh, do I have a second page? Oh, sorry. Be it further resolved that the RST Budget and Finance Committee, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is authorized to negotiate and execute said lease and take all necessary measures to implement said lease agreements for the current fiscal year and any subsequent year for which funds are available. Be it further resolved that the title of authorized financial representative is hereby designated as the appropriate tribal official to verify the information provided by the tribe or tribal organization for purposes of calculating lease compensation under section 105L of Public Law 93-638 and is authorized to attest to the accuracy of such.
Any discussion? Russell?
Yeah, remember, Wayne said he was gonna include the information. So I would think that we tackled that amended, so you can insert the facility name, locate it, all that stuff.
Yeah, still working on that too.
Yeah, so I would recommend as amended, so we can include that language.
Okay. All right, as amended. Any more discussion? Question?
I have one question. That next page, was that not supposed to be in there?
I'm not sure what that is. I seen that same thing.
Let's see.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I think it's just a copy of that.
Okay.
Any question? Order. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, ready?
Opposed, 0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried.
Motion to, for emergency legislation for 2022-116.
By Pam, any second? Russell, question? Donna? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Online, Eileen?
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion for emergency legislation for resolution number 22-116.
Motion to approve.
Or I mean, motion to approve. I'm tired.
Second by Ray, go ahead.
I will start with the third whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe requires legal assistance and representation to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, including but not limited to providing legal advice and counsel to the president and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, to act as attorney of record for the tribe, to give legal and policy directives in accordance with the tribal and federal law. Whereas the attorney shall be exempt from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's personnel policies and procedures manual. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe enters into this in-house administrative attorney contract with Eric Antoine to provide legal assistance to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for a 5-year period, and whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends the approval of the proposed in-house administrative attorney contract for a 5-year term, whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee also recommends that any unused leave be paid from funds allocated from the in-house administrative attorney budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council enters into the in-house administrative attorney contract with said name to provide legal assistance to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and payment for unused leave is authorized to be paid from the in-house administrative attorney budget.
Question? Question? Neil? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Eileen?
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried.
I don't know, these first ones that were passed out, they look like they're, what, I'll read them.
Awkward or something.
Yeah, they look like they're health card. They don't even look like they're supposed to be. Yeah.
You need to pick them back up, or do you? We're talking about at least property groups, like top center. And one is.
So they can start the detox center?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want me to read it in, or?
Yeah, I think that one with 2 acres is not the last one. All
So that one's a no-no.
And maybe with the other one, has a map attached to it.
Yeah, I should put it back with health board stuff, huh?
Bring it back on the health board.
Yeah. Yeah, that single page one that passed out.
Are you taking it up?
Yeah. And then this one too, because, language and language.
Taking them back.
Board, and then that one's just that extra.
Oh, that one's it?
Are we gonna meet tomorrow or what?
I have a half a day tomorrow. It's up to you guys if you want to recess till
No,
tomorrow.
those are
And
just trash.
in the morning that I'm supposed to be on. So. Right.
What else is there?
Personnel requested some cost of living increases.
The whole agenda.
They're very hard.
I had an actual report. I need to have a discussion.
Why did you? I said that was good.
Union officers.
Oh, yeah, that,
Actually, they're not taxed.
Yeah.
Fees.
yeah.
But anyway, I hate to leave and have that being discussed, be able to.
We can go for a while longer. You guys are not tired. We can keep going.
Well,
Get further down the agenda.
yeah, I'm gonna leave here shortly.
Okay. We'll set you catering dinner. Hey, took the one back for health board, so we'll get back to that one. We had 6 emergency legislations for budget finance. Anything else for budget finance?
No.
Cost of living?
Yeah.
Go back to mine.
What?
They haven't approved
No, I don't think so. I mean, they gave me our meeting minutes and what I needed to present, and I presented it, so.
Okay. That, are you trying to, come on? Huh? Okay. Community Presence Association. Economic Development Committee.
I don't think we have any resolutions with that.
SWA, transportation, judiciary, social service, land and action.
That's it.
Education.
Good afternoon again. We had our education meeting on April 12th. We were supposed to meet on April 6th, so next time someone asks me if we're going to have a council meeting on our education day, I'm going to decline. Because our ordinance says we only get one meeting a month. So we met on the 12th at the Head Start building. They have no resolution. Oh, we do, right? For May. We have resolutions for May. We went through, we approved some minutes, and there was something that we put on our minutes that we asked the director to do it, and I could let 2 of our committee members have the floor.
So, it was in regards to the JOM money. The motion was made in December, our December meeting, to keep the JOM money within the tribe, not send it back to the BIA or not let the schools handle it anymore. And, Todd County, White River, Winter, right?
No.
No, Winter? Oh, okay. Todd County and White River. And then, we was made aware at that meeting on April 12th that, Mr. President and the director had a meeting with the BIA and it was decided that to send it back. So I guess I was just wondering what that conversation was like, being in the committee, we had wanted to keep that money with us, and then to find out that it went back, it was frustrating.
The money was supposed to have been allowed for White River and schools that weren't, going to reporting to keep basically spending the money and be administered through the BIA or BIA. But what happened was we had a meeting that day because there was an issue with them. And Sherry, myself, and Cindy Young was down there. When the conversation we had, we didn't know that there was a pending motion or any action taken on it, so that's what we decided.
But at that meeting, Cindy was aware. She was there in December, and she was the one who brought up JOM and had wanted to keep it with the tribe. And then so it was really frustrating to me as a committee member to kind of have it go back.
We can I just sent the letter over, so we can always reconsider it and do it a different way if that's what you guys choose.
Keep in mind that she's been at all the meetings, so there are minutes that follow up on.
I wasn't aware of any motions that were made, so when we had that meeting, we just basically had a discussion and made a decision, so if there was a recommendation made, then we would have done it that way.
The TED director was aware of it.
Thank you.
Any more on education?
I have a question. I guess I have a question. A while back, there was a concern that was brought up and we never moved forward with it, and I don't know where it's at, but I guess some bylaws were passed with the school board at a certain St. Francis School Board at a time. And so now the school board just places people into these open seats, but that bylaw or whatever wasn't passed here at council. And then there's a discrepancy on 2 seats that were supposed to be open that are just filled by the board. I know it went to, when I was sitting on the education committee, it was brought up, but it never went any further than that. There was supposed to be somebody looking into it or something, but I kind of want to know where that's at because I know their elections are coming up again, aren't they?
How do they do that? Is it similar to what the tribe does?
The elections?
Yeah.
No. Well, what happened was a motion in a school board meeting, a motion was made that we go back to the parents and guardians, and then we didn't have the meetings here. And then I don't know if you guys recall, but I said we're waiting for the new council to come in because we wanted communication and transparency so the new council will know what is going on. And then from there, we didn't have any meeting. And now we got the school coming here on the 27th. And you guys will see a better picture of their report and then what the resolution says to go back to parents and guardians. So we'll have that also then after they do their annual report. And previously their annual report because I was new then when we got on education, the TED director said that the annual reports were done right there within our education committee. Then it comes to find out they're not. They're done here on the council floor.
That's what the ordinance says. So that, no election happened. We did, okay, we have school board members that are grandfathered in, which is Dave, Nicole, and then waiting for that process, we, and Skeeter was voted in at large by the people. So was Nicole, so was Dave. And then we seated Georgia, and that was supposed to be a temporary seat until we can get this election process done, and that election process hasn't happened yet.
Okay, I guess her question is, what was Georgia supposed to be, kind of, what is her title?
Georgia is school board member right now because we don't have the parents and guardians to be on there. She's on there as a school board member, and we did vote her in.
Is that one of the positions that's supposed to be?
That's going to be vacant.
At large?
Yeah.
I guess she's asking if the school board has authority to do that.
We never brought it here to council because we didn't have that time to bring it here to council. I don't know. I'm new at that, and I'm not trying to set precedents from anything that happened before. We were trying to do it the way, I guess, the ordinance, the education committee was supposed to. But yeah, we do have another individual on there, and she's temporary, so when we get our election going, she wouldn't be on there. She's not a parent or guardian.
Any other discussion?
Everybody's got their frown faces, like they don't want to say anything. Well, I guess, what do we need to do here? I mean, I know they're gonna come here and do their annual report, but that's an annual report. The school board has, not the school board, I should say, I guess the ordinance has been violated some way or another. And it needs to be corrected, and I don't know if it's us that needs to correct it, if we need to make a motion, what do we need to do? Because, you know, that's kind of one of the complaints that's out there, is that ordinances or bylaws or something was changed with the prior board. And them changes never came to council for approval, so when the new board came in, they went off of those ordinances or whatever was there. So now, this board gets to say Raymond can sit on our board. We want Raymond to sit on our board. We'll vote him in. Raymond's going to sit on our board. Now Raymond sits on the board. But yet, parents don't know that. Parents are complaining about that. So, I guess what I want to know is who's in the wrong here and who needs to correct it and who is going to correct it.
I guess that's a meeting with the school board, or, you know, if you have it in your bylaws, you can change your bylaws. You know, when some do, then you can probably make a decision, but there are supposed to be at large positions, and they're supposed to be voted in by the people, not appointed, unless you have that authority by your bylaws to do that, you know, similar to elected official here. If you have like 1 year on your, less than a year on your term, you can appoint somebody from this body. Now, I don't know if that's what you did or not.
Oh, no, we didn't appoint someone from this body.
No, I mean, did you just appoint somebody from the school board to that position?
Previous school board.
Georgia's position.
Yeah.
So, I guess that's something for
you know,
look at.
Good.
That's probably something for our Attorney General to look at and see if that was in violation of their bylaws by doing what they did. And not recognize that position, so.
Okay. The other thing, and I want to go a step further, but the other thing is our other charter entities that are making decisions, like TLE, SW, are they bringing them here too, you know? We all have to be fair across the board on that too. So if they're not, then, you know, we're not trying to say we want control of that school. It's the parents and guardians that are the stakeholders of that school. So that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, along those lines, I believe that I know Donna sits on our SGU board or whatever that is that we have that allows her to, yeah. On there too, I don't know if anybody else gets complaints from employees that work over there, but there's some things that are happening over there that I don't know if your board has met to address any of the situations, but it must be still going on because I'm still getting messages. And they really want council to get involved because of the way the school is running. Now, I don't know how much council has ever been involved in SGU and what we have and haven't allowed, but I remember the last time I sat on council, there was a forensic audit, was it? Where there was mismanagement going on, and there was a possibility of pulling on the accreditation of it being a university. So I don't know who actually takes on these complaints, because several of them have mentioned to me that, you know, they have talked with Donna and, you know, they haven't heard what the board itself has done. Does Mike Bolt sit on that board with you? Yeah. Yeah, him too. I've talked with him, but he said they rarely get quorum, so he said it's kind of hit and miss on anything. They barely get to even take care of normal business, so I don't know. I guess I just wanted to bring that to attention of council because I have to have some kind of answer for the people that ask me.
We do have the annual reports on the 27th, so I want to ask them how that functions or how they're structured. Go ahead.
Yeah. One of the things that we did ask was go back to your chain of command and to do that. But right now the board is working on their grievance process. I'm not sure how old that grievance process is, but we have a meeting on Tuesday at SGU, and that's all I could say right now is about no rights are being violated. We're just going through the grievance process of, actually, I really don't know who takes their grievance process, but we're working on, I should say their grievance complaints, but we're working on the process.
Hey, anything else for education? Nothing for enrollment. Save that for our next meeting. And probably some resolutions that's for enrollment that needs to be approved, right? Okay. Governmental affairs. Motion. Pascal's health board resolution. I didn't think we was gonna get that far, so.
Yeah.
Health board.
What is in health board, but that last whereas had IRD, so it might have been a mess.
Health board.
First.
You? You don't? Yeah. Are you? Do you? You have it? Everybody's mics go off?
Yep. Yep.
I mean, can you still hear us?
5 o'clock somewhere, we're going. We're done. I'm just kidding.
Bob, blow that whistle.
I don't know that. Remember that one book thing?
Oh, we can. I mean,
I was just saying, because I know for Monday, that's one of the songs, the notes that issue. That issue that Russell was.
That one tax fee, or foreign fee, or whatever they call it.
Yeah. I got ways now.
This is it.
Are we gonna go as long as we can, or what? We're not?
Yeah. I don't know.
Here it goes. This paper, 5 o'clock. Motion for emergency legislation.
Motion by Pam, second to Neil, question by Mike, what's the number, 117?
Yes. 117? Yeah. This first one is one for, excess buildings.
All in favor?
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Voting?
1.
Motion to approve resolution 22-117.
Second, Ray?
I'll start with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas. Whereas RST procurement policies and procedures requires the bidding process and approval by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for the acquisition of goods and services in the amount of $10,000 and over. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve the selection of Nexus Building Solutions Incorporated custom touch homes on a sole source to expedite construction and delivery. Immediate availability and urgent need for overall healthcare services, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Health Administration requesting payment for Nexus Building Solutions Incorporated for 2-29 SH ADA medical unit in amount of $147,000 plus freight charges of $11,000, the total of $168,430 custom touch home for $328,310 for the new health administration building.
Therefore, be resolved, you gotta add that in there.
Oh, yeah, and then add in the therefore be it resolved for the tribal president to sign any and all pertinent documents.
Take out the word fright, put freight.
Yeah. All the amended changes, geez.
As amended. Any discussion? Any question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Carried.
Okay, I'll do the next one for the land. Motion for emergency legislation for 22-118.
By Pam, second. Fremont, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve 22-118.
By Pam, second. Fremont?
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration requesting a modification for the lease to be removed. Isn't it Sonic? For the lease to be remove the northeast corner of Lee's property to include current tribal dialysis building, RST ambulance services, new detox center, and water resources. Whereas also to include modification to remove land for the tribally owned airport property on the west side of the leased property. Whereas these modifications are from resolution number 88-137, which is leased under the name of the Indian Health Service to transfer the property. Whereas this will accommodate the buildings that already exist on the properties and for the new detox center. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the modifications to remove the land from the lease resolution number 88-137 in the northeast corner with existing RST buildings and west side of the tribally owned airport properties.
Any discussion?
If nobody understands what this means, the way it's written, don't sound like I need Eric to clean it up properly, but for this detox center, if you all remember, we were looking at Crystal Ranch. Well, we brought it because of detoxification requirements or whatever, they have to be near a hospital. And so there's a space there that's in between the ambulance service and the dialysis center. So within that space is where the detox center is going to get moved to. Yeah, up by the hospital. So.
Any more discussion? Any question? Neil? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Carried.
Okay. This one here that I think this one here is for those the fees from Tecro on that detox center. And how they're doing it is on that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whereas they talk about promote green energy. But this one I'm not gonna do. I want Skylar to get with Eric and clean this up.
Okay.
Because
I'll pick it back up.
That's a two-pager?
yeah, that 2-pager one. Yeah. Go ahead, just share it. Fair it up. Can I go small? There's 11 in here, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see all my lungs just pushing out smoke?
You sure? Here you go.
Resolution.
Yeah. We'll put the right word. Is it up? What? Oh, they're in the packet.
There go.
It went really good, except when we were talking the first time, you guys started singing in here.
Sorry about that.
No, that's.
No, it was good.
Yeah, because we just finished
No,
the
it worked
end of the
hard.
speech. It was like, Just Indian.
Mr. Dish guys, as soon as we finish talking, literally, hey!
You do it.
But it went really good. They were messaging privately, covered a lot of stuff.
And it was considered a government.
Part of the attendance to them.
Should have just recorded it and the next time we see
Okay, motion for emergency legislation.
Okay, number is 119.
You got it.
Second, Ray, question? Jordan, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen? Emergency legislation? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, need a second. Sheriff? Go ahead.
Okay. Let's start on the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court, through the Rosebud Sioux Tribes Constitution, also provides an appellate court for defendants and or tribal members for seeking another opinion on tribal or civil decisions in RST courts. And whereas the RST courts, through contract, provides judges, associate judges, magistrate, associate judges, and 6 appellate justices to decide the merits of cases that come before them, who are paid in accordance with the duly executed contracts approved by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the request of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court for approval of the provided contract for Associate Judge Cheryl 3 Stars Valandra for a 4-year period, and be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the president or his designated to sign all pertinent documents thereof.
Any discussion? Associate Judge. Contract. Okay, no discussion, any question?
Question, Dwight.
White, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
119, need a second?
120.
120? Question by Damon. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve.
Approve 120, need a second? Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe was awarded one-time PL 93-638 funding to be used for contracting guardians ad litem needed by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts to assist the court in determining and deciding cases involving custody of minor children and disabled adults. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts have appointed Wilma Janus as guardian ad litem in several cases, and a contract is needed for the Rosebud Sioux Tribes procurement policies to pay Wilma Janus for her work as guardian ad litem in these cases now. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the attached contract with Wilma Janus for guardian ad litem services, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the attached contract and authorizes the tribal chairman or official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Discussion. Question? Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
I have a question. So does that take her from Vice President's office?
Well, that's.
Oh, well, never mind. See, I'm tired.
That's bedrock realm on here.
Legislation.
Number 21. Second. Chair, question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Eileen, yes, sorry, my phone's fighting me.
11. Opposed? 0. Not voting. 3.
Motion carried. Go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Approve, need a second. Chair, go ahead.
Start on the fourth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has a one-time PL 93-638 funding to be used for amendments to Titles 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9 of the Tribal Law and Order Code. And the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts has recruited Patrick Donovan, attorney at law, to help with these amendments to the Tribal Law and Order Code, and a contract is needed for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's procurement policies that pay Patrick Donovan for his work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the attached contract with Patrick Donovan, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the attached contract and authorizes the Tribal Chairman or his official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Discussion? Question? Nessa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
122. Second by Pam, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Approve.
Approved.
A second. Ray, go ahead.
Start on the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe was awarded a Department of Justice Office for Violence Against Women grant for a special domestic violence criminal jurisdiction program, which included monies to be used to purchase and install a jury selection program to assist the court in drawing both tribal member and non-Indian jury pools. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Courts has selected Consumer Driven Technologies LLCs to provide consulting and software installation setup services for the jury selection program, as they are the only IT company with experience working with Rosebud Sioux tribal enrollment records from which the tribal member jury pools will be drawn, and a contract is needed for Rosebud Sioux Tribe's procurement policies to pay consumer-driven technologies for the work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves the attached contract with Consumer-Driven Technologies LLC for the consulting and software installation setup services of jury selection program on a sole source basis, and be it further resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves the attached contract and authorizes the Tribal Chairman or official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Any discussion? Any question? Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
One more.
Is there one more? Hiding. Oh, the North Point. Okay, motion for emergency legislation.
Second. Pam, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve. A second. Pam, go ahead.
I'll start on the sixth whereas. Seventh, whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requests Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council accept the attached quote and approve the purchase and services in the amount of $49,075 for equivalent North Point problem-solving court risk assessment system on a sole source basis due to the system being a specialty product that after research is the only system adequate to meet the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court's needs. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court also requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve prepayment of the equivalent North Point problem-solving court risk assessment system. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the selection of North Point problem-solving court risk assessment system and services totaling $49,075 from Equivent on a sole source basis, and be further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized designee is authorized and directed to sign and execute any documents needed to complete the purchase from Equivent.
Discussion. Any question? Ray? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Carried. Is that it for judiciary?
Yeah, thank you.
Scott, who's the chaparral?
Chaparral. Oh.
Let's take a contract, that's what we do the contract. Shoe
Where's that?
Is that Woody?
Pam?
Chairman, being that we're on land and natural, I need to make a couple motions. My first motion is to have Game Fish and Parks do their supposed to be annual, guide certification services, whatever, I can't remember how they did that.
Do their annual classes for guiding?
Yeah. And hunter safety course. Well, that has to be a separate motion. That one.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Second by Jordan. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Second motion is for Game Fish and Parks to do their annual youth hunting course.
Hunting
Safety course, whatever it's called.
A second. Chair, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
1.
Okay. Okay. On land and natural. There's 2 resolutions handed out for land and natural.
Yeah, motion to emergency legislation on the forestry department. Resolution.
Number is 124. Need a second? Pam, question by Sheriff, all in favor, bring it on this emergency.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second by Pam.
Okay, and this is, one to purchase, 25,000 seedlings. Whereas the Rosebud Forestry Department does have 25,000 seedlings on hand at SB Nursing. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Department needs seedlings to plant in the spring of 2022 at a cost of $20,500. All money taken from BIA Forestry 205-00020 account. Whereas the local Tribal Forestry Department recommended a sole source payment to be made to Bessie Nursery in the amount of $20,500 for 25,000 feet from. Now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council adopt the recommendation of the Rosebud Tribal Forestry Department to pay a sole source payment to Bessie Nursery in the amount of $20,500. It is further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or authorized designee authorized to execute plan and execute all pertinent documents necessary to submit a sole source payment to Bessie Nursery in the amount of $20,500.
Discussion? Any question? Fremont?
I need a bar on that 6 we're at where it says nursery.
Okay. Nursery, this is nursery. Okay, as amended? Question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Carried.
Next one is, again, emergency motion to approve emergency legislation.
Number 125, need a second. Wayne, question by Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, need a second. Pam?
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Program requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to pursue the selection of chaparral of Oak Creek, South Dakota, the lowest qualified bidder to provide construction services, expertise, labor, concrete, and material for construction of a 60 by 100, 320 lineal feet of footing foundation. Cost of services shall be $62,700. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the recommendation of the RST Forestry Program to approve a construction contract for chaparral of Oak Creek, South Dakota to provide construction services, expertise, labor, concrete, and material for construction of a 60 by 100, 320 lineal feet of footing foundation. Cost of services shall be $62,700. It also are authorized to sign and execute all documents related to contract.
Any discussion? Any question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Let's check.
Councilman People there, where are they building?
I don't remember the land. I honestly thought it was already here.
I thought it was up at the East Yard.
Russell, did you need to have a conversation about the fee?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was looking for some of my notes here, but, the Indian Operator Association came with a resolution or a petition where they got, I think, 46, leaser. And what they're requesting is, that we do not charge them the land use tax, the range use unit tax, or the range improvement tax. And so that day I asked Erna to give me a dollar figure in terms of what the taxes are. Well, we got this response from the tax commission, and two of them, one of them is an ordinance that was passed in '96, and that's 3%. And what that money goes to is the bureau, and it kind of pays for the workers that we have at the bureau. I can't remember their title.
That's part of the leasing office or the
Yeah.
range tax?
So I said we would have a discussion, but it was a motion made, and I was looking at minutes, so I'll get it. The motion was made to refer this to tribal council. So, I kind of wanted to, I wanted it during the day, like, and I told the chairman of that association and maybe the vice to leave a number with Linda in case that we need to call them to come in here and have a discussion. So I guess let me find that what
They wanted to present.
right? They wanted, yeah, I mean that was the request, basically.
Is it something that we can do next month, or does it have to be done?
There's no rush.
No rush?
Yeah, one of the things is due to upcoming drought.
Okay.
And, you know, we had a guy here from, what is it, FHA. And then USDA, but we were talking to, Mary Scott, at any time, you know, when there's gonna be a post drought coming, she's gonna know all the information. But one of the things, I guess, for me is, you know, I feel for these guys because you look around outside and see how dry it is. You know, come hay season, they're not gonna have any hay. And, part of, and I guess my thing is, again, going back to the ordinances and the way they were written. I really hate to go back and revisit all those to change that language. But we do have $254,000 in our range improvement taxes from last year, or what we charged a fee, I shouldn't say tax, fee. And that's the foreign cattle that come in on a reservation. And I asked that question of the operator, well, isn't that like somebody else paying that fee because they're bringing in cattle from off the reservation? And one of them said, no, well, I had one of my relatives grew some cows in my unit, so that to me is wrong because that person has their I don't know what kind of deal goes on, you know. But normally what happens with the Bureau is they'll submit something, they'll submit the name of the person they're taking in cattle for. And so, you know, that's Bureau record. So
A foreign cattle tax is not necessarily like you taking in non-members' cattle. That foreign cattle tax has to be paid that is anyone's cattle other than the permittee. And so like the permittee, some of them have their cousins, wives, sons or daughters, and they pasture their cattle. And so then they actually have to pay for that as a foreign cattle because it's not Keith's.
but we can get that info from the Bureau.
Okay.
You know,
Maybe.
it may not be a lot of people, but maybe there are some situations out there. And I know one of them was in Millette County also. But I think it's food for thought. We will be having Land and Natural on Monday again. But I think they want to come and do a presentation here at the council level also. That's why we took their names, and I was hoping that we get it earlier part of the day so we can make this. And come to find out, all the hamburger you guys are eating around here, they come from Brazil.
Yeah, they want the tribe to stand on that resolution that other tribes like Pine Ridge and Cheyenne River have forwarded, and it's to push the federal government to reinstate COOL, which is country of origin labeling, and that way cattle prices in America, all across America, actually will go back up to where they used to be. Because now, you know, you're selling calves at about $600 to $700. When 2 to 3 years ago, we were able to sell them around 9 to 12.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Russell, for bringing that up. I also want to bring to the council's attention that the farmers and ranchers really had a hard time this past year because of the drought. And right now, hay is $300 a ton, so it would cost them $1,000 to feed 100 head. We had a tribal member who somebody threw out a cigarette and started all her hay on fire, and she had to sell, I believe she's from Fremont's community, she had to sell a bunch of her cattle off. And we really need to have some compassion when we think about our ranchers, because our ranchers and our farmers, but I say more so our ranchers, because if a farmer plants a crop, they can get crop insurance on it. And that crop insurance will save them if that crop fails, but our ranchers don't have that. And they get so many taxes that it's ridiculous. So at the end of the year, they are stressed, they are stressed out. And if you ever look at, I'll just say it's rates of suicide, it's high amongst farmers and ranchers throughout the nation because of the financial burden and all of the stress that they carry. So I do not want to see anything like that happen here. Another thing is the way that the FSA determines a drought is really hard on our ranchers here locally, because like look at this week, it rained and then the wind came and dried everything up. It doesn't really help very much. So right now our ranchers are really facing hardship, and some of them may get all these loans out, and ranch loans, cattle loans, they're not small loans, $60,000, $100,000. They're like anywhere from $250,000 loans or higher, and they get paid once a year. And if you ever see a rancher, they have 2 jobs. Most of the time, they have 2 jobs. So I really think that all of those that paid into the pasture authorization fee, that we should reimburse them or give that money back to them so they can use it for range improvements, because a lot of them need it to put up tanks or get water to their cattle and get feed. And I also think that we should consider giving them some relief through ARPA funding. I think that's something that the ARPA committee should consider, doing a relief package for our ranchers. And not all of them, but I think the real true ranchers, not the subleasers, the ones that are actually, you know, out there handling that have ownership of the cows that are on the land. Thank you, Council.
Any more discussion? Are we gonna?
So I think one of the things we can probably do is, again, you know, some of these are fees, and according to their request, they call them taxes, and I noticed on our finances, they're classified as taxes.
Yeah.
So, but I think, I can take it back to Land and Natural, have a discussion, and maybe the association can identify, you know, other people, you know, who run what. You know, majority of them run cattle for somebody else, and that's how they pay their leases. You know, maybe they can help in identifying, you know, how much cattle they actually own. I think it's, what, 25%? Yeah. You know, you have to own 25% of your own livestock to, you know. So at least we know that there's 25% out there. So maybe some are 50%. I don't know. Some maybe 75%. You know, there might be a few operators out there 100%. So I think we can gather that data, get a kind of a dollar to what it would cost. What these guys do. So that's something we can seriously look at.
So about that 254,000 they have in their account, we can't deplete it though, right? Probably.
We can't what?
We can't deplete the whole thing because
Oh, we could actually.
No, you can on the foreign cattle tax.
Yeah.
Not the prep fees.
Right. Okay. It's range improvement fund, you know, that they call it. And over the years, what happens is it's supposed to be, in the years past, we actually gave it back. Spread it back out equally because we didn't expend that money. But before that, we were getting requests from operators like they wanted a dam put in or a culvert, and you know, it wasn't cheap. You know, some of that requests were like 30, 40,000. So when you had $150,000 to spend, it only goes so far. So over the years, what we did was we gave it back, you know, distribute equally what they paid out. So that's something that we can seriously look at because this year we're probably sitting on, this coming summer we'll probably be sitting on a little over 400 grand. So that we can probably help out in some form or fashion. And if we want to supplement that with ARPA, as suggested, you know, we need somebody to kind of do the figuring and give us the dollar amount back for a proposal. But yeah, I mean, you see the conditions out there now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
fire truck just took off real ones.
yeah. So, you know, we can, I mean, I certainly would like to help out in some form or fashion because, you know, but I hate to go back and start rescinding ordinances and resolution just to accommodate. I think we can help in our own way.
We should probably do that by resolution. Is that probably needs to be done by resolution, whatever we do?
Oh, yeah. And, you know, they had a petition, they had 46 signatures. You remember it was 46? Something like that. Yeah. And they said there was some, that petition was still floating around in Tripp County area or out east. So maybe there might be more. But for sure, we know that there's, you know, all the range units are taken up, 182, 85 range units. And of course, some of them have multiple range units. But there's that many operators out there. Then we're not, we're not even privileged to the farm and pasture lease. That's kind of like up in air. And I'm sure TLE has a good figure on that, because primarily that's what they're doing. So it will take some coordination. And so I think we can probably do that, you know, with some of our meetings, upcoming meetings. But I just kind of wanted to throw it out. You know, the way the U.S. drop monitoring, I mean, it doesn't look good for us in our county, you know, the area here. So it's coming. Plus, we all pray for rain. You know, maybe we'll get it. If you remember last summer, we went through the drought. It started drying up in July. But by August, do you remember it started raining? And then it turned back to green again. So, I mean, those are possibilities. You never know. But if you see all these little sod dams, they're receding. So it might be tough. But I thought I'd bring it out here. I hate to be accused of not supporting the local operators, you know. And I remember going back when one of our operators got frustrated with us and took his land and took it out of trust and put it into fees, you know, simply because he couldn't make a loan, you know. We don't want people doing that. We lose our land based on that.
Pam, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I keep trying to turn that on. You see how good I know. I guess a while back, I remember the council had passed for a compliance officer or something, because I think it's in Title 19. There's supposed to be a compliance officer. I don't know if that ever happened, but just driving around the lands, back roads, I'll emphasize that, back roads. There's a lot of lands that are like overgrazed. Really, it looks really sad. I don't even know if we should even be doing leases right now or whatever's going on. Kind of sad to see all that land overgrazed. Also, on the haying, food, I know most of it's probably TLE that has those leases. What is their projections on their lands that are being hayed? I do know that like a lot of the, like the River Road, those lands back there are pretty much burnt up, so I don't even think there should be any cows on in them range units. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Not about a quarter, but
Anyway, I just found that resolution. It's a petition, and it says, we, the undersigned, do hereby request and recommend to the Rosebud Sioux tribe that all land taxes, lease taxes, range improvement taxes.
Go check it out.
And all other relevant taxes be deferred indefinitely. RST member ag and ranch operators subject to increase in hay prices up to 10 or 30%, increase in 178.9 gas, diesel prices up 169, an overall increase retail prices for equipment, veterinary supplies, fencing supplies, lumber, extended route, this weekend annual cattle market. We talk all about this at Bellevue Park. But they put it on paper. So, I mean, it is a resolution that's signed by all these operators.
I think council Hemp had a question about TLE, the range units, some of their PI range units, some will use pasture and they will cut, they'll have a permit. So the permit's like $10 just to cut whatever they're leasing. So for the next 2 years, they won't be able to put any cattle in there. So that's just one of the PI.
And so let me read this to you too. The land use tax is adopted pursuant to Title 11, Chapter 11 of the Law and Order Code. This was the first tax adopted by the Tribal Council in the 1960s. Subsequently codified into the Law and Order Code. It was raised to the current amount, 25 cents per acre on grazing land and hay land, and 50 cents per acre on farmland pursuant to RST Ordinance number 95-01. There are no taxes on the lease itself. However, pursuant to the CFR, there is a lease preparation fee that is imposed. This revenue does not come to the tribe. The lease prep fee, as it's known, is 3% of the lease rental for farm and pasture leases and capped at $500 per range unit. The range improvement fee is a $3 per head charge for foreign cattle. This was adopted by the grazing resolution that Tribal Council approved, usually every 10 years. This is not a tax, but a fee. It is for cattle that is brought in that not the permittees cattle. The fee is deposited in a range improvement fund. And that's what we're talking about, $250-some dollars. So anyway.
Okay, council, we're gonna lose our quorum, so we left off at unnatural. I think we're gonna bring that back with some recommendations, right?
Yeah, we'll have a meeting on Monday.
This is quick.
Yeah, Wade.
Can I move to make time for next month's meeting for the Grading Association to do that?
Sure. We'll add it on to the agenda.
Thank you.
Grazing Association, get that?
Yeah.
Pam?
Chairman, can we also, can you have Eric Transportation? I talked to you about it in DC too when we were up there. He hadn't, did those agreements and stuff and got you to sign them for them contracts.
Contracts for, for transportation?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so if you can get with him tomorrow and get with them tomorrow, get them signed so that they can move with those, because again, at committee level.
Okay, all right, we'll do it.
Can you have, the BIA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love for them, we have a lot of BIA issues.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
When
You guys want recess Monday, Tuesday, or we got natural on Monday, so it has to be on Tuesday this week.
Tuesday.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, Tuesday will work.
We're not gonna have very much on our agenda, so it'll be a short meeting. Okay?
Then is there a council Wednesday?
Oh, the week after.
The 20th? Okay.
So we'll recess till Tuesday, and we'll finish the agenda.
Can we just I was gonna say, can we just do it on the 27th?
Oh, we can, we can do that. The 27th.
Forum break till the 27th?
Yep. Okay.
Squeeze the casino in, where are the
All right.
hash? We need a fee. I know.
Yeah,
All night.
August 7th.
Make you sign up all the.